The Association of African Universities, AAU, Africa's apex higher education organization, invites stakeholders to its 15th quadrennial General Conference from 5th to the 8th of July 2021. The theme is the future of African higher education. The conference will be held virtually and hosted by the government of Ghana under 6 sub-themes as follows. Sub-theme 1, the future of African higher education post-COVID-19. Sub-theme 2, contributions of African higher education institutions to addressing the challenges linked to the COVID-19 pandemic. Sub-theme 3, contributions of African higher education institutions in achieving sustainable development goals. Sub-theme 4, funding of African higher education institutions in the face of unpredictable economy. Sub-theme 5, mainstreaming e-learning and the digital divide. Sub-theme 6, contributions of the diaspora to African higher education. Expert participants include ministries of higher education, academics, researchers and research organizations, regional economic communities, regional educational bodies like IUCEA, CAMES, and Sarua, the organized private sector and captains of industry, development partners and other education stakeholders. The AAU's 15th quadrennial General Conference is here. To register, kindly go to the link below, and for further enquiries, please visit the website www.event.aau.org/GenCon or send an email to secgen@aau.org and copy info@aau.org. AAU, the voice of higher education in Africa.
L'Association des universités africaines, AUA, l'organisation faîtière de l'enseignement supérieur en Afrique, invite toutes les parties prenantes à sa 15e conférence générale quadriennale qui se tiendra du 5 au 8 juillet 2021. Le thème de cette conférence est l'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain. La conférence se tiendra virtuellement et ce sera accueilli par le gouvernement du Ghana. Elle comprend les 6 sous-thèmes principaux suivants. Sous-thème 1, l'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain après la COVID-19. Sous-thème 2, contribution des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains pour le relevé des défis liés à la pandémie COVID-19. Sous-thème 3, contribution des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains à la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable. Sous-thème 4, financement des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains face à une économie imprévisible. Sous-thème 5, intégration de l'apprentissage en ligne et de la facture numérique. Sous-thème 6, contribution de la diaspora à l'enseignement supérieur africain. Les participants attendus comprenant entre autres les ministères de l'enseignement supérieur, des universitaires, les chercheurs et organismes de recherche en Afrique et au-delà, les organismes éducatifs régionaux comme la IUCEA, la CAMES, la Sarua, le secteur privé organisé et les chefs d'industrie, les partenaires de développement, agences et organisations internationales et d'autres acteurs de l'éducation. La 15e conférence générale quadriennale de l'AUA est là. Pour vous inscrire et participer, veuillez visiter la tinyurl.com/AAUGC 2021 et pour plus d'informations sur la conférence, veuillez visiter le site web event.aau.org/GenCon ou envoyer un courriel à secgen@aau.org et copier info@aau.org. L'AUA, la voix de l'enseignement supérieur en Afrique.
Hi, welcome to 30 Minutes with HR, your premier human resource show for employers and employees. Today, we are discussing strategic human resource management for organizational success. As you already know, 30 Minutes with HR is a partnership program between KUSI Consulting and the Association of African Universities. When we come back, we will introduce our special guest. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Everybody wants to be the best at what they do for the people they're doing it for. That's why, after 13 years of providing you with top-notch healthcare nationwide, the market leader in the private health insurance industry is going the extra mile for you. Instead of hopping from pharmacy to pharmacy, now you get your prescription drugs delivered straight to your doorstep. We will restock your chronic medication on the regular, so you don't have to stress to keep track. We provide on-site clinics that offers you professional medical consultation from the comfort of your office. Enjoy these amazing benefits and so much more by signing on to Nationwide Medical Insurance today. Call us on 0800 222 222 or email us at info@nationwidemh.com. Nationwide, we go the extra mile so you don't have to. Join the healthcare family.
Welcome back to 30 Minutes with HR. Today we are discussing strategic human resource management for organizational success. And we are joined by
L'association
The Association of African Universities, AAU, Africa's apex higher education organization, invites stakeholders to its 15th quadrennial General Conference from 5th to the 8th of July 2021. The theme is the future of African higher education. The conference will be held virtually and hosted by the government of Ghana under 6 sub-themes as follows. Sub-theme 1, the future of African higher education post-COVID-19. Sub-theme 2, contributions of African higher education institutions to addressing the challenges linked to the COVID-19 pandemic. Sub-theme 3, contributions of African higher education institutions in achieving sustainable development goals. Sub-theme 4, funding of African higher education institutions in the face of unpredictable economy. Sub-theme 5, mainstreaming e-learning and the digital divide. Sub-theme 6, contributions of the diaspora to African higher education. Expected participants include ministries of higher education, academics, researchers and research organizations, regional economic communities, regional educational bodies like IUCEA, CAMES, and Sarua, the organized private sector and captains of industry, development partners and other education stakeholders. The AAU's 15th Quadrennial General Conference is here. To register, kindly go to the link below, and for further enquiries, please visit the website www.event.aau.org/GenCon or send an email to secgen@aau.org and copy info@aau.org. AAU, the voice of higher education in Africa.
L'Association des universités africaines, AUA, l'organisation faîtière de l'enseignement supérieur en Afrique, invite toutes les parties prenantes à sa 15e conférence générale quadriennale qui se tiendra du 5 au 8 juillet 2021. Le thème de cette conférence est l'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain. La conférence se tiendra virtuellement et ce sera accueilli par le gouvernement du Ghana. Elle comprend les 6 sous-thèmes principaux suivants. Sous-thème 1, l'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain après la COVID-19. Sous-thème 2, contribution des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains pour le relevé des défis liés à la pandémie COVID-19. Sous-thème 3, contribution des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains à la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable. Sous-thème 4, financement des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains face à une économie imprévisible. Sous-thème 5, intégration de l'apprentissage en ligne et de la fracture numérique. Sous-thème 6, contribution de la diaspora à l'enseignement supérieur africain. Les participants attendus comprenant entre autres les ministères de l'enseignement supérieur, des universitaires, les chercheurs et organismes de recherche en Afrique et au-delà, les organismes éducatifs régionaux comme la IUCEA, la CAMES, la Sarua, le secteur privé organisé et les chefs d'industrie, les partenaires de développement, agences et organisations internationales et d'autres acteurs de l'éducation. La 15e conférence générale quadriennale de l'AUA est là. Pour vous inscrire et participer, veuillez visiter la tinyurl.com/AAUGC 2021 et pour plus d'informations sur la conférence, veuillez visiter le site web event.aau.org/GenCon ou envoyer un courriel à secgen@aau.org et copier info@aau.org. L'AUA, la voix de l'enseignement supérieur en Afrique.
Hi, welcome to 30 Minutes with HR, your premier human resource show for employers and employees. Today, we are discussing strategic human resource management for organizational success. As you already know, 30 Minutes with HR is a partnership program between KUSI Consulting and the Association of African Universities. When we come back, we will introduce our special guest. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Everybody wants to be the best at what they do for the people they're doing it for. That's why, after 13 years of providing you with top-notch healthcare nationwide, the market leader in the private health insurance industry is going the extra mile for you. Instead of hopping from pharmacy to pharmacy, now you get your prescription drugs delivered straight to your doorstep. We will restock your chronic medication on the regular, so you don't have to stress to keep track. We provide on-site clinics that offers you professional medical consultation from the comfort of your office. Enjoy these amazing benefits and so much more by signing on to Nationwide Medical Insurance today. Call us on 0800-222-222 or email us at info@nationwidemh.com. Nationwide, we go the extra mile so you don't have to. Join the healthcare family.
Welcome back to 30 Minutes with HR. Today we are discussing strategic human resource management for organizational success. And we are joined by Dr. Hazel Berard Amwa. She is a seasoned human resource professional. She's an author and she's also a lecturer. So welcome to our set, Dr. Hazel.
Thank you, Rita. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. I'm so excited to have you here on our set today.
Same.
Excellent. Are you ready for today's discussion?
Yes, I am.
All right, let's talk to the viewers. So as we already know, I think the role of human resources has gone through a lot of transformation over the years. And initially, human resource, we were more, it was a function that was, it was in the background, right? So we led from behind, advising line managers, giving advice to employees. But now, human resource has taken a more strategic, operational, and administrative role. So what we are discussing today is more about the strategic side of HR. So tell us a bit about the strategic side of HR.
Thank you, Rita. So if you think about it, it's in two forms.
Okay.
Human resource management in one form and strategy in one form. So strategy across various functions is the same thing.
Okay.
Strategy for supply, for finance, for marketing, for commercial, for IT, name it, it's the same thing.
Okay.
So you apply the same thinking of how to plan, how to design, how to focus, how to project into the future in the capacity of a HR person. So HR leading from the front now, as you rightly alluded to in terms of the transition from the back to the front, is about being in the boardroom and being part of the team that thinks about the future of the business.
Exactly.
Future of the business spans from a year to 3 years, usually for strategy thinking, right? So how does HR start that conversation with the team and ensure that from every aspect of the business, they are in that support them in thinking about the human capital of the business in terms of the numbers,
Okay.
capability, and what development plans are required to make them able to deliver on the business plan. Business plans for companies range from profitability targets to winning share in the market, right? So how does HR contribute to that agenda in making sure that at any point in time across supply, marketing, commercial, IT, finance, legal, all the various functions, they are the right people in the right numbers, the right thinking, the right behavior to deliver on the business plan. Secondly, HR will drive the culture of the company in terms of the ways of working. So what are the shifts that are required in terms of people behavior, people thinking, and how to collaborate and work interdependently to deliver on the business agenda. So in a nutshell, if you want to describe strategic human resource management, that's what it is. Thinking human capital with the strategy behind it to make it work.
Exactly. Exactly. I was actually, we were having a discussion at the office the other day regarding the role of human resource business partners, right? And I think that's why that role was actually created, because HR, you're not just there to be a face, it's more than just a department. You're actually there to help position the organization for growth. So I like that you mentioned that. Now you mentioned collaboration, and I want to read this excerpt and then we'll get to who HR should be collaborating with to position the organization. So it says that it is impossible for HR to work independently. I like to think of HR as a vital organ. I like to think of HR as a vital organ within an organization. So for instance, without your heart, without your brain, you don't really function properly. So you mentioned collaboration, right? And before we move on to the other organizations that HR should partner with to be able to be effective within an organization and help the organization to be successful. So in my opinion, and hopefully you'll agree with this, human resource, our role is literally like, I look at HR as an organ within the body. So without your heart, without your brain, you don't really get to function, right? So HR cannot be successful, obviously, without working with other departments, right? So can you tell us a little bit about what other departments within an organization can HR position themselves with to be able to deliver on strategies and position the company for growth?
I would say every department. So depending on the company you work for and how they're structured, the end-to-end processes would define the structure of the business in terms of the department, so every function. So HR has a role across all the various departments to work with. That's from side to side, all the functions from start to delivering of service or a good. And from a human capital perspective, hierarchically, from top to bottom, every employee, HR has to engage with them to be able to have the heart and the mind of the people, to be able to speak to them, collaborate with them, and then work to deliver on company objectives by engaging them behind the common vision of the company. Remember I said to you, the HR director, the HR head, sits in a strategy meeting with colleague execs who are leading the various business plannings.
Exactly.
So this HR director now takes that vision and begins to influence every member of the company through HR business partners who would work with them, through other centers of expertise when it comes to reward or capability or industrial relations, etc., to be able to ensure that everybody is really behind the same vision. So HR works with every department in the company. Now, outside the company also there's collaboration that's required. For example, the labor department, the unions. These are two critical parties or associations that we have to work with.
Definitely.
Plus other HR platforms to be abreast with current trends, speak to current situations, learn from others, and improve your ways of working in the company. So HR has a strategic role in making sure that there's collaboration within and without that company.
It's interesting you mentioned unions because when I worked at the last company where I was actually HR director, we had about 7 unions and trades. And it was really important to manage those relationships effectively, right? Because the unions represent the employees.
Absolutely.
And you represent the employers, but then you also represent the employees. So I think are you pro-union or are you, can we talk about that?
We can talk about unions.
Yeah? Okay.
It's interesting that I talk about unions on this show because when I was in my 3 previous jobs, I actually helped the company form a union.
Wow.
Reason being that the law talks about the fact that the employer should not prohibit the formation of a union or prohibit any individual from joining a union or prohibit the activities of a union. And so as an HR person, you can be an enabler to ensure the union is properly formed and compliant with the law and collaborates with the business as a business partner in delivering the company objectives. Once upon a time also I worked in a company where we actually got the union to help with job evaluation.
Wow.
It's a matter of partnering with them for them to understand. The union are important business partners of a company. Once they understand what's going on and they understand their role and their contribution, you can maximize whatever they get out of the union because they have a sense of pride and belonging for being in the company. That's why they fight positively to protect the workforce in order to foster their interests and make sure they deliver in their contribution towards the company. So unions are a positive society to work with in the company, a positive association to have amongst employees. Is how you just engage them.
You have to deal with them.
The key word is engaging them. You know, once you engage them well, they're actually very fun to work with.
And I definitely agree with you 100% because I think a lot of organizations would cringe when they hear unions, but I actually don't think we have enough unions here, you know, especially because employees don't necessarily always know their rights, and it's the unions, you know, I think is their role to be able to make sure that the employees are treated fairly. So that's a great point. All right, so now we are moving on. We have an episode where we are filming with he's an accountant. We're filming with a young man who actually works in the role of accountant, because we like to believe that the role of human resource is just as vital as having an accounting department. You have someone there monitoring the in and outs of the finances, and I think HR's role obviously is to also monitor the people and make sure that they're productive, right? So how would you describe that in terms of is it as critical as having an accounting department within your organization?
I dare say so. I'd say the finance department, the account department holds the purse, HR holds the people. People and purse, they both have to collaborate to get things happening. So they have equal importance in the organization. I think they're very vital.
Nice. They go together.
Yeah.
Now, you know this is coming. So
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Okay, so Dr. Hazel is actually also HR director at Guinness Ghana. And you recently, I mean, you are doing amazing work, you know, for Guinness Ghana. And recently, I learned that you actually, you have made a significant change with some of the policies there. So would you, and I'm sure you know exactly which policy I'm talking about.
I know.
So can you tell us a little bit? I just want to know how easy or challenging it was for you to do that, because I think when it comes to changing policies, it's not always very easy. And what departments did you work with to get that to happen?
Okay, so it's a family policy, right? About maternity and paternity leave. And it gladdens my heart that I work in a company where these things are easier to manage. So in the UK, the law has been passed to have paternity leave and maternity leave extended. And Guinness Ghana Breweries belongs to Diageo, the Diageo Group, which is headquartered in the UK. So in London, they championed the change of policy to make sure that we have family policy modified to suit maternity and paternity needs of young parents or parents who just had babies. So the whole idea was, if it's been done in the UK, it can be done in Ghana.
Exactly.
And the easier route to have used was to round robin the executive, the board. So it was a matter of just presenting the proposal with the support of Above Market being headquartered in the UK to say we want to do this in Ghana. And we had the executive chairman of our board quickly approve it. We had other members of the board quickly rally behind it.
Wow.
So it just was done in less than 24 hours.
Wow.
We were able to put out the announcement that we had given 26 weeks for maternity leave for a young mother, and then 4 months paternity, not parting leave, for young men
paternity,
to bond with their young children and be able to have some support for their mother who's just given birth to one of a child or several babies.
That's phenomenal.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's
so
amazing.
Has the number of employees or the number of job seekers that apply at Guinness Ghana shot up because of this? I can imagine.
It has, because we did two things. We put it on our our organizational LinkedIn page. It was on my LinkedIn page.
Yes.
And I had more than 8,000 viewers.
Wow.
So many messages in there. CVs were just flying through. So it's been interesting, exciting. From an EVP perspective, I think it puts Guinness Ghana in a very strong lead.
Definitely.
In terms of care for employees, celebrating life, adding value and meaning to family, and just making sure employees are the heart of the company.
Exactly.
And it shows that we really care for employees. So I think it's been extraordinary and absolutely critical for every employee, and it's been celebrated.
That's the role of HR, though. You know, it's like you have to look at the policies that are not really working for the employees. I mean, that's 6 months, right, for a new mom to be home with their newborn, and a whole month for a dad to also be home with the newborn as well. So I can just imagine that how excited the employees are. So now, I'm coming to work for. I'm coming to work. Forget it. I am. No, I think that's actually really good. So I hope you're enjoying this conversation. We are going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to Adansi Travels Product Knowledge Series. And I'm excited to talk to you about our FIT tour service, where you get the opportunity to customize the product to your taste And with that, we take your details, your destination you want to go, the date you want to travel. We're able to do it to suit your budget. So you don't need to worry about breaking the bank when you are traveling with this kind of service. You can visit us as the details are on the screen as you see, or you can call us on the numbers showing on the screen. Let's plan your trip for you. And you know with Adansi, we always let you feel the beauty of life.
Adansi Travel feels life's beauty.
And we're back. I hope you are enjoying today's show. We are discussing strategic human resource management with Dr. Hazel Berard et moi. She is a seasoned human resource professional. She's an author and she's a lecturer. So I mean, you have like the busiest woman in HR. I am so serious. I turn and it's like Dr. Hazel's doing a lecture, and I'm actually in a couple of WhatsApp groups that you're a part of, and you recently spoke about work-life balance, you know, which I thought was really amazing, great information for us to take away. So just, I mean, tell us a little bit about what more to expect. What are you working on? What should we look forward to?
I think I'm a very spontaneous woman. Everything that comes to my mind, I think about it, I process information, and I make my own ideas. I think it's part of school when you get a certain level of education, when you process information, you come up with your own theory.
Yes.
So Ghana employers asked me to speak on work-life balance a couple of weeks ago, and HR Network asked me to do the same thing. So last week I was at Spill,
Okay.
and at Spill, the theme transition from work-life balance to just balance. Because if you think about it, we have only one life just to talk about, and we only have 24 hours in a day, and we have 7 days a week, so we don't have enough time to do other stuff apart from being at work. So how do you balance your family life, your private life, your hobbies, your other things to really make you grow? Like Ghana, we like church, we like religion, we like faith, we like working out, we like cooking, we like sports, we like extracurricular activities, we like having fun. Girls, boys are chilling and having fun. How do you balance that with your working life? And considering commuting to work, given a country where traffic is a reality, some people commute for 4 hours a day before they get to and from work. So 4 hours plus 8 hours of work is 12 hours. What time do you have to sleep, to recreate, to spend time with family, to do church, faith, anything else, work hard and then be healthy? So balance is my new theme, and I'll balance my life because I have a bit of imbalance.
Same here,
All the
guilty.
things that I have to be doing,
Guilty.
there's a bit of imbalance, but I'm working towards having more balance.
Good, good. I think it's very important. Something that I'm
Absolutely.
working on as well. I think I'm always work, and how do you turn it on and off sometimes? So it's not easy.
Absolutely.
But yeah, so what recent changes, I think, in the HR sector in general have you noticed that maybe that you would like to maybe shed light on? Because I think it's interesting that we are here discussing HR, you know, because I can envision the future of HR in Ghana, and I see more and more people showing interest, whether they want to be in the field or just to have relevant conversation about human resource. So what other, I think, HR policies, strategies do you want to share with the audience?
If you look at the fleet of HR practices, the latest kid on the block is diversity and inclusion. So it's being championed globally, and there are very strong societies to talk about diversity and inclusion. In Africa, especially in Western and Central Africa, and in Ghana particularly, when we scope out diversity and inclusion, it's limited mostly to gender equality or gender equity, how many males and females you have in the company to contribute to the board discussions. You have considering diversity from a religious perspective, from a tribal perspective, and also from a faith perspective. Another consideration is even thinking about people who are handicapped in this country who seem to be relegated to the background. So how do you ensure that in your scoping and bringing out your human capital strategy, you ensure that you can have handicapped people also in the mix, because they are handicapped, but they're not disabled in their thinking, they're not mentally challenged. So if somebody has, for example, by accident or by birth, a broken limb or a missing limb, it doesn't affect their brain or their capability to do anything else. And if you watch a lot of videos that are going viral these days, you have so much innovation and creativity with people who are totally handicapped. The times I get all structures, watching people with one finger, one toe, few fingers, no limbs, and they're doing amazing stuff. Yet in Ghana, they are in the background. In Africa, they are in the background. How do we really bring them to the forefront and get them to contribute? And how do we celebrate them also for how they're able to overcome, all these physical challenges and be able to add so much value to themselves to the society? So diversity and inclusion scopes beyond just gender and faith and language and race and color to include a dimension of people who are physically challenged, to be able to add value to the company the best way they can.
Wow. And then it's another way of, I guess, being an equal opportunity employer, right? Making sure you give everyone a chance. You actually reminded me, so it was a few weeks back where I think I came across this video on the internet. America's Got Talent is a show abroad, and there was a young man by the name of Cody, and his mom took him to the show. And so he started speaking, and everyone's like, okay, what can we expect? And then he started singing.
I know.
I'm sure you've seen that video because it went viral, and I just you cannot watch that and get chills. And it just makes you think, oh my goodness, all this talent. So we're all different in our own ways, but like you mentioned, I think we all have so much that we can bring to the table. And if employers open their minds, but I think on the international front, it's probably more accepted than maybe here.
Exactly.
But hopefully that'll change.
Hopefully that'll change.
It has to change. It does, and you've already started, which is amazing. So is there anything you want to share with the audience? Where can they get more information about you, what you're doing? I'm sure they would love to know. So
I'm on Facebook, I'm on LinkedIn. My Twitter and Instagram need a private manager, so that's where you just get the next show. So I have to revive my Instagram and my Twitter accounts, but I'm on Facebook.
We can help you.
I'm on LinkedIn. I think I'm in church every time. I'm all over the place. I'm in my kids' schools. I'm all over the place, so you can find me anywhere on these various platforms.
Nice. And are there any jobs available now at your place of employment that maybe people should know about so they can apply? We'd like to give our viewers that opportunity.
Send a message in my inbox on LinkedIn and I'll tell you what's available.
Well, you've heard it for yourself, so thank you so much for joining us for another episode, and thank you so much, Dr. Hazel, for being our special guest today. We were all really excited to meet with her and to have this sit down. So thank you to our viewers for tuning in, and of course, we want to thank our sponsors, AH Hotel, we want to thank Nationwide Medical Insurance, and of course, we want to thank Adansi Travels. They actually transported us to here today to be able to have this this one-on-one interaction. So thank you again, and we will see you next week.
Are you an institution or individual? Do you intend to organize a memorable event to be archived for future reference? Then look no further than AAU Studios, because it's your best bet with our spacious studio and state-of-the-art media equipment such as 4K Panasonic video cameras, KinoFlow lights, assorted microphones, live streaming equipment, among others. You are sure to get the best of productions. Visit us at Trinity Avenue, East Legon, adjacent the National Accreditation Board, or contact the AAU Studios via the following email addresses: info@aau.org, aautv@aau.org, or ransford@aau.org. Alternatively, you can call us on +233 244 736280.
Hello Africa, welcome to Event Update on AAE TV, the voice of higher education in Africa. Event Update is all about information on upcoming higher education events and scholarship opportunities in Africa. And it is brought to you by the Association of African Universities. My name is Isabella Tetahinakwa.
Moi, c'est Imelda Amouji.
The African Critical Inquiry Program, ACIP, is pleased to announce the Ivan Karp Doctoral Research Awards 2021 to support African graduate students in the humanities and humanistic social sciences who are studying at South African universities and working on related dissertation studies. This program aims to promote discussion and inquiry into the positions and practices of public cultural institutions, and public scholarship in shaping African identities and society. Awards are open to all African postgraduate students in the humanities and humanistic social sciences. Applicants must be enrolled in a South African university's PhD program and working on topics relevant to ACIP's mission. Projects focusing on topics such as institutions of public culture, particular aspects of museums and exhibitions, forms and practices of public scholarship, as well as culture and communication will be sponsored. Interested applicants are to submit a completed cover sheet, abstract of the proposed research project, research proposal outlining the project's goals, central questions, significance and relevance for ACIP's central concerns, curriculum vitae, current transcript, and 2 reference letters as a single file via acip.uwc@gmail.com with the heading ACIP 2021 Research Award Publication before 3rd May 2021. Visit www.graduateschool.emory.edu for more information.
Le programme africain d'enquête critique est heureux d'annoncer les Ivan Karp Doctoral Research Awards 2021 pour soutenir les étudiants africains diplômés en sciences humaines et sociales humanistes qui étudient dans les universités sud-africaines et travaillent sur les études de thèse connexes. Ce programme vise à promouvoir la discussion et l'enquête sur les positions et les pratiques de culture publique, des institutions culturelles publiques et des bourses publiques pour façonner les identités africaines et la société. Les prix sont ouverts à tous les étudiants africains de 3e cycle en sciences humaines et sociales humanistes. Les candidats doivent être inscrits au doctorat d'une université sud-africaine. Programme et travail sur les sujets pertinents pour la mission de la ACIP. Des projets axés sur des sujets tels que les institutions de la culture publique, des aspects particuliers, des musées et des expositions, des formes et des pratiques d'érudition publique, ainsi que la culture et la communication seront parrainés. Les candidats intéressés doivent soumettre une feuille de couverture remplie, résumé du projet de recherche proposé, proposition de recherche décrivant les objectifs du projet, questions centrales, signification et pertinence pour les préoccupations centrales de la ACIP, curriculum vitae, transcription actuelle et 2 lettres de référence en un seul fichier via acip.uwc@gmail.com avec la rubrique demande de prix de recherche ACIP 2021 avant le 3 mai 2021. Visitez le www.graduateschool.emory.edu pour plus d'informations.
The Association of African Universities is pleased to announce a call for nominations from members of the association for the positions of president, vice presidents, and members of the governing board to serve for the period 2021 to 2025. Members of the association in good standing who are duly qualified candidates are invited to make nominations for election by completing the online form via the link on the screen before 20th June 2021. Interested candidates should kindly refer to the rules and general conditions in accordance with the AAU bylaws, as well as all other relevant information via the link provided on the screen.
L'Association des universités africaines est priée d'annoncer un appel à candidature de membres de l'association pour les postes de président, vice-président et membre du conseil d'administration pour la période 2021-2025. Les membres en règle de l'association, qui sont des candidats durs qualifiés, sont invités à faire des nominations pour l'élection en remplissant le formulaire en ligne via le lien à l'écran avant le 20 juin 2021. Les candidats intéressés doivent se référer avec bonté aux règles et conditions générales conformément au bylaw de l'AUA ainsi qu'à toutes les autres informations pertinentes via le lien fourni à l'écran.
The Africa Higher Education Research Institute, AHERI, is pleased to present to you Fireside Chat, a conversation on the pandemic and its effects on internship programs in Kenyan higher education institutions. AHERI focuses on research through conferences, colloquia and high-level discussions with a view of making higher education relevant to sustainable development in Africa. This chat will provide platforms for presenters and discussants to clarify the opportunities the pandemic has offered to remedy the previous challenges or restructure the industrial attachments. For more inquiries, email info@aheri.org or call +254 2020 47216.
L'Institut africain de recherche sur l'enseignement supérieur est heureux de vous présenter un chat côté feu, une conversation sur la pandémie et ses effets sur les programmes de stage dans les établissements d'enseignement supérieur kenyans. AHERI se concentre sur la recherche à travers des conférences en vue de rendre l'enseignement supérieur pertinent pour le développement durable en Afrique. L'Institut le fait en accueillant des conférences, des colloques et des discussions de haut niveau. Ce chat fournira des plateformes aux présentateurs et aux intervenants pour clarifier des opportunités que la pandémie a offertes pour remédier aux défis précédents ou restructurer l'attachement industriel. Pour plus de demandes, envoyez un courrier à info@aheri.org ou appelez le 254 le 20 20 47 216.
Applications for the World Bank Robert McNamara Fellowship Program, RSMFP, is open to inspire development economics researchers from developing countries with World Bank research economists, creating unique opportunities for the fellows to participate in rigorous policy-relevant research. Applicants will have a unique opportunity to widen their perspective on potential development questions and how their research can address challenges in a developing country. To be eligible, applicants must be nationals of World Bank Group member countries, graduates of MA-level studies, not more than 35 years of age, and must be available to relocate to Washington, D.C. for the duration of the fellowship. Interested applicants should submit a resume, statement of purpose in PDF file, contact of at least one academic reference, and writing sample. The application is open till 30th April 2021, and for more information, email rsm_fellowships@worldbank.org.
Les candidatures au programme de bourse Robert MC Namara de la Banque mondiale sont ouvertes pour inspirer les chercheurs en économie du développement des pays en développement, les économistes de la recherche de la Banque mondiale, créant des opportunités uniques pour les boursiers de participer à des recherches rigoureuses, pertinentes pour les politiques. Les candidats auront une occasion unique d'élargir leur point de vue sur les questions de développement potentiel et comment leurs recherches peuvent relever les défis dans le monde en développement. Pour être éligibles, les candidats doivent être des ressortissants des pays membres du GBM de la Banque mondiale, des diplômés des études de niveau MA, âgés de plus de 35 ans et doivent être disponibles pour déménager à Washington, D.C. pendant la durée de la bourse. Les candidats intéressés doivent soumettre une curriculum vitae, une déclaration d'intention dans un fichier PDF, un contact avec au moins d'une référence académique et un échantillon écrit. L'application est ouverte jusqu'au 30 avril 2021 et pour plus d'informations par email, envoyez à rsmfellowship@worldbank.org.
The Covenant University CAPFIC ACE, in partnership with INRIA French National Research Institute for Digital Sciences and ACE Impact DSTN, with the support of Agence Française de Développement AFD, is inviting you to their 2-week workshop on higher performance computing, basics and intermediates, scheduled from 17th May to 28th May 2021. The aim of this workshop is to introduce system administrators who are currently responsible for high-performance computing infrastructure in their various research higher education institutions to the most cutting-edge HPC technologies. All system administrators in Nigeria and Sub-Saharan Africa are expected to apply and must complete the application form via the link on the screen. Email ace@covenantuniversity.edu.ng or visit www.ace.covenantuniversity.edu.ng/workshop for more information.
Covenant University, en partenariat avec INRIA, Institut National de Recherche en Sciences Numériques, et ACE Impact, la DSTN, avec le soutien de l'Agence Française de Développement, vous invite à leur atelier de 2 semaines sur le calcul haute performance, base et intermédiaire du 7 mai au 28 mai 2021. L'objectif de cet atelier est d'introduire des administrateurs systèmes qui sont actuellement responsables de l'infrastructure de calcul haute performance dans leurs divers établissements de recherche, enseignement supérieur aux technologies, la HPC, les plus avancées. Tous les administrateurs systèmes au Nigeria et en Afrique subsaharienne devaient postuler et doivent remplir le formulaire de demande via la liaison à l'écran et aussi envoyer un courriel à as@covenantuniversity.edu.ng ou encore visiter le www.as.covenantuniversity.edu.ng/workshop pour plus d'informations.
Thank you for being with us. Events Update is brought to you by the Association of African Universities. Please follow us on our social media platforms at Association of African Universities on Facebook and YouTube, AAUTV_African Universities on Twitter, and AAUTV Official on Instagram. You can also visit our dedicated website at tv.aau.org. I am Isabella Titahinapa.
Je suis Imelda Amoudi.
You're welcome to a new, exciting, educating, and enlightening episode of AU Talks Today TV. My name is Ajiman Ochredako, and you know, the last time we had an episode in AU Talks, we were discussing quality assurance and its role in the digitized new normal. And today, I have with me the same quality expert with me in the studio, very passionate about quality assurance issues in higher education institutions in Africa, and we're looking at the role of quality assurance in teacher training education, teacher training basically, and its impact in this digitized new normal space. So don't go anywhere. When we come back on this pause, I'll introduce to you once again our quality assurance expert and why we're here today.
Are you an institution or individual? Do you intend to organize a memorable event to be archived for future reference? Then look no further than AAU Studios, because it's your best bet with our spacious studio and state-of-the-art media equipment such as 4K Panasonic video cameras, KinoFlow lights, assorted microphones, live streaming equipment, among others. You are sure to get the best of productions. Visit us at Trinity Avenue, East Legon, adjacent the National Accreditation Board, or contact the AAU Studios via the following email addresses: info@aau.org, AAUTV@aau.org, or ransford@aau.org. Alternatively, you can call us on +233 244 736280.
You're welcome back to AAU Talks, the voice of higher education in Africa. My name is Ajima Notrodako, and if you just joined, I was giving you all a flashback on this episode. Previously, in our previous episodes, we discussed quality assurance and its role in the digitized new normal. And now, we're looking at how we can build capacity for teachers in our institutions so they could master and run in this digitized new normal space. And with me in the studio is Dr. Violet Makuku. She is the project manager for the harmonization of quality assurance and accreditation in Africa, and also a quality assurance expert at the AAU. Doc, you're welcome to AAU Talks.
Thank you very much, Ajima.
Great. The last time we had a discussion, we were talking about quality assurance and its role in the digitized new normal, what QA can do to put this in order. And now we're back. I mean, we ended with a recommendation that we should have much more capacity building for our teachers so they could strive and do excellence in these times.
Yes.
So we'll come back on that one.
Thank you.
But before that, we've had, I mean, you're doing a whole lot of marvelous webinars. We want to know, how is it going with the webinars?
The webinars are going on very well. We are doing a AAU virtual quality assurance workshops. Okay. And these have been well attended. And I know that we have a pandemic, but to some extent also it has given the Association of African Universities an opportunity to reach to many. And so far, the numbers have increased. When they are international, I normally have up to 50 or so. When it is institutional, up to 100, sometimes 200. Okay. But this one, I'm going up to 500. And recently, I want to thank the Association of African Universities Management for acquiring more platforms. And I can access a platform of 1,000 participants for these workshops. So they are always welcome because they are perennial. We will do them in conjunction with the face-to-face ones once COVID-19 is maybe gone. But we will always have the blended approach. Those who want online will continue to be online.
That sounds amazing.
Thank you.
So back to the issue. Counting back on our interview the last time,
yes,
we ended the recommendation that we should have more capacity building programs for teachers, for lecturers, so they could understand how to take care of this system, digitized space. So let's now delve deep into it. You also added a need for a curricular review.
Yes.
But let's start with the teachers. Someone would say, why would we have to undergo a new form of training in these times? Universities have been running online learning for some time now. But for this time, you are encouraging that we do a full-time training so they can understand the programs and roll out very well. Why do we need this?
Yes, we need this for a number of reasons. If we look before the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic and during the COVID pandemic outbreak and post the period, what are we saying? We are moving, and I don't think we are going back, because what I've seen is is also coinciding with the 4th Industrial Revolution. And the 4th Industrial Revolution is we are having more digitized spaces. And so for the teacher training and postgraduate diploma in teacher education for our lecturers and any level of education, if the curricula did not have much to do with online teaching and learning and working with digitized spaces in the institutions, academic institutions, then definitely we have deficits in skills. We want people to have skills to do with use of digitized spaces. But the question is, what do they have now? When initially we had a lot of these face-to-face activities taking place in schools and it was not mandatory. And besides that, more than 10 years now, there was a push that we go online as the African continent to move together with the rest of the world. But there's been a lot of resistance. And I can tell you that in Africa, for example, we have UNISA, which is more than 140 years old, as one of the open and distance learning online universities. We have also the Zimbabwe Open University, Nigeria Open University, Tanzania Open University, Tunis Open Universities. But how many are they? I don't think they get up to 20. So if we are on that, we see that the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic has actually acted as a stimulus to give impetus to move towards this direction, to say it's not definite when we are going to be off the COVID-19 pandemic situation. Because when you look at China, they had the first round. They said we are done, numbers are coming down. As numbers were coming down, they went on to the second round. And now we may think they are in the third round. And it's not peculiar to China alone. The rest of the world is going through a lot. And we don't know, the end is indefinite actually. And this called for the not watching stance. You say, let's watch and see when it will end. And this will be the kind of institutions which will close, because now the relevant institutions are those which are responding to the course of the current socio-economic settings which have been brought about the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak. And also, what is education and what do we need education for? Education is there to help us resolve and solve the socio-economic as well as political challenges that we may have. And this is the time now why we are calling for curricular review for the teacher education training, and also even bringing in new programs, as long as they are going to help us cover the gaps which have been created by the 4th Industrial Revolution, and also the coming in of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is forcing us not to use face-to-face because of the lockdowns, restricted movements, social distancing. So we have no option actually. Post-COVID-19, we look at blended learning, where then the institutions can combine this online and face-to-face.
Counting from what we've received over the years, one would say, why is quality assurance now so poised to see to it that curricula is changed for teachers and they're also well trained and positioned for times like these? But I mean, these things should have been a bit more proactive. But why has the pandemic gotten you on your toes to change things that quickly?
Okay. Thank you very much. There's what we call the technology acceptance model. The technology acceptance model by Davis says that people who accept technology according to the perceived use that they see in it. That's the first one. The second one is according to how difficult they see they will have to go through to manage to use the technology. So, but amongst that, they did not also see the need, because they just say internet is expensive, installation is expensive, but some of them are misconceptions, because when you look at it actually, with digitization, it can be very expensive and relatively expensive to set it up. But going forward, there are many benefits to it as compared to the day-to-day. Imagine people used to go to Japan to buy cars there, but now they just say there's Be Forward. They can email you, you do e-commerce until your car comes and you go to pick it from some port somewhere. And can you imagine the savings of air tickets, hotel accommodation and everything? It's the same. When we have the online and ordeal, some students may be at home, and like now, the practical example and the practical realities is that the most expensive bills are to do with water and electricity, which are the utility bills. So if you can manage to do some programs which can be wholly online and open and distance learning, it's good, because that will capture those people who can do it at home. And when it's time for internship, they also go for internship, just like what happens with traditional universities. But what I've seen is a misconception too, why people resisted it. There are two components. The component of then there's no practical dimension to it. It is there.
But they make, that is a point they make, which they prove that their surroundings don't enable these, the fullest of the reality is not what they expect.
Okay.
And this is what they need answers to.
Yeah, the answer then is that these students now, during the sessions, the online sessions, they can have videos. You know, videos are closest to reality, where you can see things happening, movement and color. And going back to a diagram which is motionless and not proportional. And today's technology is very good. And the lecturers can also have recorded lectures, which is another option. We also have the micro labs and the simulations. Some of them have got even an advantage that dangerous experiments can be done under the microlab environment with some softwares and applications, which could not be done actually under real life circumstances. So there are also good things, but people need education and awareness to understand innovations as they come in. And it goes on again to answer your question, why the need for training, new programs and curricular review. Yes, we need to. Look at what has come now. We now have Zoom. We never knew of Zoom. How old is Zoom? We also have the Google Classroom, because people never used to care. I can tell you, from 2016, I've been doing workshops on higher education learner-centered teaching skills. Yeah. You know, when I have 100 participants, or even 50, 200 participants, you ask them, put up your hands, those who know the Google Classroom. It has been there for a few years now, but people tell you it's new. It's a new phenomenon. So I just want to congratulate those universities where we did these workshops, and I would take my time to go through them, the Google Classroom. And they appreciated it when the COVID-19 came, because it's one of the first things that they used together with WhatsApp groups for emergency remote teaching and learning.
You know, you mentioned that when this new curricular review and also teacher training system change brings about some resistance, and this is normal, because we find it happening. I think some of the things that drive such resistance, the costs involved, and the equipment that we have to acquire to set ourselves up, which we do.
Yes.
We don't have. What are we doing? What is quality? Quality assurance ensures that it is provided
Yes.
and it runs effectively.
Yes.
How do we do this?
So what we are saying as the Association of African Universities is that in the COVID pandemic and post-COVID pandemic period, is also added on by the coming of the fourth industrial revolution, we have limited choices. Because if we don't move, change is constant. Yeah. Things are always changing. So what happens is that if you don't move and ride onto the wave of change, you become irrelevant and obsolete. So what are you doing to remain relevant? We come in with the quality assurance dimension to say now the major issue was also on assessment and examinations. Yeah. What are the available tools, quality assurance tools that can make sure the person who is writing the exam is the person who is supposed to write it? You have IP addresses and you have also maybe face recognition. You have other ththings which are even more affordable also.
These are very hard to find out.
Yeah, but
recently there were online exams rolled out, and people will have orders right for them. And as quality assurance, you want to ensure that it is done the appropriate way. You were talking about that.
Yes, so what I would say also, before I even bring in the aspect of the pieces of equipment which are digitized, I just want to say it's the nature and type of questions you are setting. So when you set online questions, you can reshuffle them so that your number 1 is my number 10. So when I'm doing number 1 and I try to say nobody's seeing us, I say, please give me the answer to number 1 and say, read it for me. We find that your number 1 and my number 1 are different. So now I'm rushing to complete my exam and I can't help you. That's one thing. The other way is to use Bloom's taxonomy. We have the lower level responses which are on recall to say what have you been taught in the lessons. And then we go up to examination questions, analytical questions, and the questions which require application, innovation, and so on. If I find the students have submitted something on application and they have submitted on the same thing, I start to raise questions to say why. Because in terms of application, we may have learned the same basic knowledge and skills, but how to apply, I may pick on a case study in Zimbabwe, somebody picks a case study in Ghana or Malawi, but taking a different dimension, you can actually tell that there was independent thinking. Okay. Yes, so there are many things that we can do.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a whole lot of amazing things being discussed here with the quality assurance aspect of the AAU, and we're talking about quality assurance and in teacher training education, and also the digitized new normal. We're talking more about what we have to do to ensure that there's quality being assured in teacher training, and also with systems for this new digitized normal space. Don't go anywhere. We'll come back with more of the discussions today.
Thank you.
Welcome back to AU Talks on AU TV. My name is Ajimalo Chudako, and before we went for the pause, we were talking about quality assurance in teacher training and curriculum review for institutions today because of the digitized new space that we find ourselves in. And we may, as Dr. Vada Bakuku, we're talking more about the curriculum review.
Yes.
So, I mean, the issue is, why must we review curricula? Because these are things that we teach. Why don't we find a way to digitalize these already existed curricula than doing a review, which means that perhaps we'll drop something and add something new? Won't that change the whole face of the system?
Not necessarily. You see what, when I go around doing institutional evaluations and also checking on national government's policy documents, I can tell you, you find a document which came into being around 1987, and up to now, nobody ever reviewed it. Do you think that is healthy? For me, as a quality assurance expert, it's not healthy, because some of those things have been overtaken by events. So what happens is when we do curricular review, we look at what is in existence, and we check what is missing. And so when we check on what is missing, we add that. And we also check, are these things still applicable? No. So curricular review is a very, very critical and important aspect of education, because it gives us time to reflect and think. So in this case, you are going to say now, okay, what is it that we need to add? You know, some teachers' colleges and those universities which offer postgraduate diploma in tertiary education, it's not pronounced and it's not mandatory that someone within the course should be taught about online teaching and learning. It may not even be there in the course content, but the foundations. And then secondly, we are now saying when people go for internship, which we call industrial attachment, this time around, they don't need to go to schools, just schools. For them to have excellent experiential learning, they now need to be attached to schools which can offer exposure to the variety applications and softwares which are available to enable this form of the digitized workspaces. If we don't do that, it's a time bomb. It's a time bomb because let's say somebody's in first year. Imagine 3 years from now, with this impetus that have been brought by the COVID-19, how many schools will still not have digitized? Particularly in the urban settings where we find things are moving fast, and this is the only thing which pains me about access and equity, that the African countries' national governments should really consider, particularly with the experience of the pandemic, having expanding internet services access even to the rural areas. Because there are many, many people who are being deprived of education there. Right now, when you look at it with this pandemic, only those who are within reach of the internet services can continue, and the others who say, I should complete in the year I was supposed to complete, they get some emails, and now and then they are traveling to now getting access to where there's internet, download the work that they've been given, go back to the rural area to work it, come back to the urban area to attach the work that they will have done, because they want education, but it's matters of access and infrastructure, which are also quality issues. Access and equity, they are quality assurance issues, but people need to know the extent to which quality assurance can be defined and what it encompasses.
But Doc, wouldn't that mean like a whole myriad of activities, because these are different universities, different teachers, different areas and fields of study?
Yes.
How do we bring these all together and do a review, and also perhaps just new curricula for them to do well in this data space? That sounds a bit ambiguous.
Yes, as there are many ways of doing it. As the Association of African Universities, our mandate is to contribute towards improving the quality of education in the continent. And we are a continental body, the voice of higher education in Africa. And what we also do is we have the capacity to create platforms for discussion, which the discussions which can result in policy briefs, the policy briefs that can now inform national governments, inform the national quality assurance agencies and accreditation bodies. So this is one thing that we should aim to do. And secondly, we should just communicate, educate and write, whilst creating platforms for meeting the different stakeholders, even the principals of colleges, the vice chancellors of universities. We call upon workshops or meetings, and we impress upon them that if they do not do it, they become irrelevant. And this one, I also want to emphasize that, state universities have always been self-funding. But state universities, I've seen some which are also constructing like hostels in public-private partnerships in order to boost their third stream income. But it's a pity for those state and public universities which continue to wait and rely on government funding. Because now even governments are strained. Look at this COVID pandemic. They will continue to cut the budget allocations that they are giving everywhere, including to the universities and higher and tertiary education. They are not going to be spared. So what do they have? They should think deeply about resource mobilization. Resource mobilization does not entail increasing students' fees, but there are many things that they could do. Write grants, look for grants for projects, grants for researches. They are there and everywhere, particularly now when you just do something to do with COVID-19 as an institution, or you say you want to do a project that can boost the tests. Maybe you have labs, but you want some lab equipment. Both solicited and unsolicited proposals, as long as you are doing it the right way, you will get there. Also, let's look at the aspect of researches in universities. People would want to do the researches, but they don't complete the cycles. Creativity and innovation. So let me take the researches, for example. When they do the researches, some would end in patentable products, and some can end in softwares. So we are now on the direction of intellectual property. So if they are working with the students, staff and the university, now they find that the research that has been done will result in a patent. Now they also need an intellectual property policy and a research policy in the institutions, and within that they are saying if we patent this product, if it comes from the student will get this percentage. The lecturer and other academic staff, non-academic staff who are supporting will get this. The university will get this percentage. And together they can take another dimension of competitions. Lecturers and academic support staff on their own, students on their own, so they can have the creativity and innovation forum. And within this now, students and staff bring in their innovations and they are pushing them to prototypes. They are testing them and they are pushing them to patents. Now they can sell with the labels of their institutions. Their alumni can buy. Their alumni can also come on board to support. And so there are many ways of doing it, but people need to think and not relax. Because money follows people with solutions. If you look at Mark Zuckerberg, if you look at Dangote, if you look at these prominent people who did lots of things that are just solving socio-economic challenges, money is following them. Look at Zoom. Zoom just came yesterday and it overtook every other platform. We used to use Adobe Connect. We also have Microsoft Teams and all these things. But these come in to solve real challenges which are there in this space. And so if you are solving the real socio-economic challenges and also moving towards solving the SDGs, surely you won't get it wrong in getting support, financial support, to push your institution forward. I've also given another dimension that we have the physically challenged, be it in terms of limbs, in terms of sight, in terms of hearing, and in terms of speech. If you were to introduce a specialized college where you are going to train teachers who are going to use these gadgets for these special kind of people who still are supposed to be given education, inclusive education is what we need to think about. It's a humanitarian service.
Sure.
How many people would support? How many organizations would support you? There are many philanthropists, there are many humanitarian organizations who can come on board, and so still we are talking of this coming on board of new curricula and also looking at revising the existing curricula without necessarily reinventing the wheel.
Okay.
Because we have a lot which is there which can help us.
Yes, that's so amazing. That's quite
Thank you.
Great outlook for what we expect in our institutions.
Yes.
With regards to teacher training and also curricular review.
Yes.
That is so wonderful. So if you just joined, it's AAU Talks, the Voice of Higher Education in Africa, and I'm in here with the quality assurance expert, and we're talking about doing more work with curricular review and also teacher training in this digitized new normal space.
Yes.
So we could have teachers who are well poised with the skills and understanding to run digital programs to help enhance learning, to create access and equity when it comes to education. And as we mentioned, for students who are physically, visually, orally impaired, all of you are involved, and we have people who are trained specially to take care of you to keep the continent an A-class towards the world. Thank you very much, Doc, for your time and also your contribution to quality assurance in higher education in Africa. We're so glad and proud of you. Thanks very much for your time on AU Talks. We'll still come your way with much more programs that seeks to enlighten and create more insights on the future and quality of African higher education institutions. My name is Ajimano Chodako, and keep watching AU Talks on AU TV. Have a nice day and bye.
The Association of African Universities, AAU, is an international non-governmental organization set up by universities in Africa to promote cooperation among themselves and the international academic community.
Mon nom est professeur Étienne Ehouan-Eilé. Je suis le secrétaire général de l'Association des universités africaines qui est basée à Accra, au Ghana. Je vais vous parler de la création de l'Association des universités africaine. Il faut remonter dans les années 60 pour pouvoir comprendre le processus. Déjà en 1960, nos dirigeants estimaient que l'éducation est l'outil majeur pour pouvoir lutter contre la pauvreté et assurer le développement.
I am Notumo Dlamini. I'm the Director of ICT Services and Knowledge Management at the Association of African Universities. The Association of African Universities is a network of 400 universities in Africa. The biggest value that the universities benefit from being members of the association is this big platform that allows them to collaborate, allows them to work together, allows them to teach together. Through this platform, a university in North Africa can work with a university in Southern Africa, and also those in East Africa can work with those in West Africa.
Founded November 1967 at a conference in Rabat, Morocco, by heads of African higher education institutions. The association is currently headquartered in Accra, Ghana.
My name is Maxwell Amo-Hoyt. I'm the Director of Finance of the Association of African Universities. The association sustains itself from contributions from member universities and also from other development partners. Some of our development partners include the World Bank, other governmental agencies like the Swedish International Development Agency, UK Department for International Development, and other partners. We also receive a lot of support from other governments, especially the government of Ghana. Other partners include the African Union, which is more or less the parent organization of the Association of African Universities. The Association of African Universities hosts the Secretariat for the African Union's Continental Education Strategy. And by so doing, we provide coordinating roles for the African Union in helping members achieve their targets.
Déjà en 1960, nos dirigeants estimaient que l'éducation est l'outil majeur pour pouvoir lutter contre la pauvreté et assurer le développement. Et rappelons-nous que les années 60, la décade 60, a été une décade où la plupart des pays africains ont obtenu leur indépendance ou ont, pris les dispositions pour être indépendants. C'était donc aussi l'année de développement, dans la mesure où tous ces pays indépendants devaient se retrouver de temps en temps pour parler de comment mettre ensemble leurs problèmes et trouver une solution commune à leurs problèmes. Et dans ce contexte-là, l'éducation était une priorité pour eux, surtout l'éducation universitaire. Et sur ce plan-là, les universités aussi se sont organisées grâce à l'UNESCO qui a parrainé plusieurs réunions depuis Madagascar jusqu'au Maroc.
My name is Jonathan Umba. I'm the Director of Research and Academic Planning. The programs and projects that we run at AAU are consistent with our strategic plan, and they are implemented for our higher education stakeholders, namely the higher education institutions in Africa. These programs are implemented in such a way that our stakeholders will get the benefit of membership of our association. And our programs also are aligned with a number of global and international agendas on higher education, including the Continental Education Strategy for Africa and the Agenda 2063. So these programs are aligned with a number of international agendas with a view to promoting higher education in Africa.
The AAU is the apex organization and principal forum for consultation, exchange of information, and cooperation among universities in Africa.
I am Professor Nkusa Mahao, Vice Chancellor of the National University of Lesotho in the Kingdom of Lesotho in Southern Africa. There are roughly 77 universities that are affiliated with the AAU in the region. But as you might be aware, there are a lot more universities that are as yet to take the membership of the Association of African Universities. Well, universities that are not members of the AAU are missing quite a lot. First of all, let's appreciate this one point, that the AAU is a main driver from the angle of training and capacitating the human resources of the continent, the agenda of the African Union 2063. So if an institution is not on board, it is missing the opportunity to leverage on
the opportunities that are provided by the association in the area of training, human resource capital, training their own staff and students, the opportunities that are provided by the universalization of quality management on higher education on the continent, and many other opportunities that are provided.
Et en 1963, il y a eu une réunion à Khartoum, au Soudan, où les chefs des institutions d'enseignement supérieur ont décidé de créer l'Association des universités africaines. Finalement, la création va se faire à une conférence qui s'est tenue à Rabat au Maroc, et la création de l'Association des universités africaines a eu lieu le 12 novembre 1967.
I'm Prof. Hassan Kafi, AAU Governing Board member representing for East African region. Also, I am the president of Plasma University, Mogadishu, Somalia. We really like to give a call for universities in Africa, especially in East Africa, those which are not members still in the Association of African Universities. We are calling them because we feel the organization is ours. It represents the voice of higher education in Africa being seen all over the world.
Hello Africa, welcome to Event Update on AATV, the voice of higher education in Africa. Event Update is all about information on upcoming higher education events and scholarship opportunities in Africa. And it is brought to you by the Association of African Universities. My name is Isabella Tetahinakwa.
Moi, c'est Imelda Amouji.
The African Critical Inquiry Program, ACIP, is pleased to announce the Ivan Karp Doctoral Research Awards 2021 to support African graduate students in the humanities and humanistic social sciences who are studying at South African universities and working on related dissertation studies. This program aims to promote discussion and inquiry into the positions and practices of public cultural institutions, and public scholarship in shaping African identities and society. Awards are open to all African postgraduate students in the humanities and humanistic social sciences. Applicants must be enrolled in a South African university's PhD program and working on topics relevant to ACIP's mission. Projects focusing on topics such as institutions of public culture, particular aspects of museums and exhibitions, forms and practices of public scholarship, as well as culture and communication will be sponsored. Interested applicants are to submit a completed cover sheet, abstract of the proposed research project, research proposal outlining the project's goals, central questions, significance and relevance for ACIP's central concerns, curriculum vitae, current transcript, and 2 reference letters as a single file via acip.uwc@gmail.com with the heading ACIP 2021 Research Award Publication before 3rd May 2021. Visit www.graduateschool.elmori.edu for more information.
Le programme africain d'enquête critique est heureux d'annoncer les IVO CAP Doctoral Research Awards 2021 pour soutenir les étudiants africains diplômés en sciences humaines et sociales humanistes qui étudient dans les universités sud-africaines et travaillent sur les études de thèse connexes. Ce programme vise à promouvoir la discussion et l'enquête sur les positions et les pratiques de culture publique, des institutions culturelles publiques et des bourses publiques pour façonner les identités africaines et la société. Les prix sont ouverts à tous les étudiants africains de 3e cycle en sciences humaines et sociales humanistes. Les candidats doivent être inscrits au doctorat d'une université sud-africaine. Programme et travail sur les sujets pertinents pour la mission de la ACIP. Des projets axés sur des sujets tels que les institutions de la culture publique, des aspects particuliers, des musées et des expositions, des formes et des pratiques d'érudition publique, ainsi que la culture et la communication seront parrainés. Les candidats intéressés doivent soumettre une feuille de couverture remplie, résumé du projet de recherche proposé, proposition de recherche décrivant les objectifs du projet, questions centrales, signification et pertinence pour les préoccupations centrales de la ACIP, curriculum vitae, transcription actuelle et 2 lettres de référence en un seul fichier via acip.uwc@gmail.com avec la rubrique demande de prix de recherche ACIP 2021 avant le 3 mai 2021. Visitez le www.graduateschool.imori.edu pour plus d'informations.
The Association of African Universities is pleased to announce a call for nominations from members of the association for the positions of president, vice presidents, and members of the governing board to serve for the period 2021 to 2025. Members of the association in good standing who are duly qualified candidates are invited to make nominations for election by completing the online form via the link on the screen before 20th June 2021. Interested candidates should kindly refer to the rules and general conditions in accordance with the AAU bylaws, as well as all other relevant information via the link provided on the screen.
L'Association des universités africaines est priée d'annoncer un appel à candidature de membres de l'association pour les postes de président, vice-président et membres du conseil d'administration pour la période 2021-2025. Les membres en règle de l'association, qui sont des candidats durs qualifiés, sont invités à faire des nominations pour l'élection en remplissant le formulaire en ligne via le lien à l'écran avant le 20 juin 2021. Les candidats intéressés doivent se référer avec bonté aux règles et conditions générales conformément au bylaw de l'AUA ainsi qu'à toutes les autres informations pertinentes via le lien fourni à l'écran.
The Africa Higher Education Research Institute, AHERI, is pleased to present to you Fireside Chat, a conversation on the pandemic and its effects on internship programs in Kenyan higher education institutions. AHERI focuses on research through conferences, colloquia, and high-level discussions with a view of making higher education relevant to sustainable development in Africa. This chat will provide platforms for presenters and discussants to clarify the opportunities the pandemic has offered to remedy the previous challenges or restructure the industrial attachments. For more inquiries, email info@aheri.org or call +254 2020 47216.
L'Institut africain de recherche sur l'enseignement supérieur est heureux de vous présenter un chat côté feu, une conversation sur la pandémie et ses effets sur les programmes de stage dans les établissements d'enseignement supérieur kenyans. AHERI se concentre sur la recherche à travers des conférences en vue de rendre l'enseignement supérieur pertinent pour le développement durable en Afrique. L'Institut le fait en accueillant des conférences, des colloques et des discussions de haut niveau. Ce chat fournira des plateformes aux présentateurs et aux intervenants pour clarifier des opportunités que la pandémie a offertes pour remédier aux défis précédents ou restructurer l'attachement industriel. Pour plus de demandes, envoyez un courrier à info@airi.org ou appelez le 254 le 20 20 47 216.
Applications for the World Bank Robert McNamara Fellowship Program, RSMFP, is open to inspire development economics researchers from developing countries with World Bank research economists, creating unique opportunities for the fellows to participate in rigorous policy-relevant research. Applicants will have a unique opportunity to widen their perspective on potential development questions and how their research can address challenges in the developing country. To be eligible, applicants must be nationals of World Bank Group member countries, graduates of MA-level studies, not more than 35 years of age, and must be available to relocate to Washington, D.C. for the duration of the fellowship. Interested applicants should submit a resume, statement of purpose in PDF file, contact of at least one academic reference, and writing sample. The application is open till 30th April 2021, and for more information, email rsm_fellowships@worldbank.org.
Les candidatures au programme de bourse Robert M.C. Namara de la Banque mondiale sont ouvertes pour inspirer les chercheurs en économie du développement des pays en développement, les économistes de la recherche de la Banque mondiale, créant des opportunités uniques pour les boursiers de participer à des recherches rigoureuses, pertinentes pour les politiques. Les candidats auront une occasion unique d'élargir leur point de vue sur les questions de développement potentiel et comment leurs recherches peuvent relever les défis dans le monde en développement. Pour être éligibles, les candidats doivent être des ressortissants des pays membres du GBM de la Banque mondiale, des diplômés des études de niveau MA, âgés de plus de 35 ans et doivent être disponibles pour déménager à Washington, D.C. pendant la durée de la bourse. Les candidats intéressés doivent soumettre une curriculum vitae, une déclaration d'intention dans un fichier PDF, un contact avec au moins d'une référence académique et un échantillon écrit. L'application est ouverte jusqu'au 30 avril 2021 et pour plus d'informations par email, envoyez à rsmfellowships@worldbank.org.
The Covenant University CAPEC ACE, in partnership with INRIA French National Research Institute for Digital Sciences and ACE Impact DSTN, with the support of Agence Française de Développement AFD, is inviting you to their 2 weeks workshop on higher performance computing, basics and intermediates, scheduled from 17th May to 28th May 2021. The aim of this workshop is to introduce system administrators who are currently responsible for high-performance computing infrastructure in their various research higher education institutions to the most cutting-edge HPC technologies. All system administrators in Nigeria and Sub-Saharan Africa are expected to apply and must complete the application form via the link on the screen. Email ace@covenantuniversity.edu.ng or visit www.ace.covenantuniversity.edu.ng/workshop for more information.
Covenant University, en partenariat avec INRIA, Institut national de recherche en sciences numériques, et ACE Impact, la DSTN, avec le soutien de l'Agence française de développement, vous invite à leur atelier de 2 semaines sur le calcul haute performance, base et intermédiaire du 7 mai au 28 mai 2021. L'objectif de cet atelier est d'introduire des administrateurs systèmes qui sont actuellement responsables de l'infrastructure de calcul haute performance dans leurs divers établissements de recherche, enseignement supérieur aux technologies, la HPC, les plus avancées. Tous les administrateurs systèmes au Nigeria et en Afrique subsaharienne devaient postuler et doivent remplir le formulaire de demande via la liaison à l'écran et aussi envoyer un courriel à as@covenantuniversity.edu.ng ou encore visiter le www.as.covenantuniversity.edu.ng/workshop pour plus d'informations.
Thank you for being with us. Events Update is brought to you by the Association of African Universities. Please follow us on our social media platforms at Association of African Universities on Facebook and YouTube, AAUTV_African Universities on Twitter, and AAUTV Official on Instagram. You can also visit our dedicated website at tv.aau.org. I am Isabella Tetahinapa.
Je suis Imelda Amoudi.
Hello Africa, welcome to Health Africa, your favorite health show on AAU TV. AAU TV is the voice of higher education in Africa, and it is brought to you by the Association of African Universities. My name is Isabella Tetahinapa. Today on Health Africa, we'll be talking about first aid. Yes, despite the various precautions and care taken each and every day, incidents are bound to happen. And the question is, in any case you found yourself in an emergency situation, would you be prepared or ready to assist yourself or others? What do you really know about first aid? Is it simply getting a box full of several medications? Well, I have here with me Madam Carol Calevo. She's the head of emergency department at St. John Ambulance, Ghana. She's also a professional nurse with a lot of years experience in her field. Also, she's a professional teacher who mostly teaches on health-related topics. She's here to educate us on everything concerning first aid. We are going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll start with the discussion. Please stay tuned. You're welcome back from the break. This is still Health Africa, your favorite health show on AAU TV. And as I mentioned earlier, today we'll be talking about first aid. With me here is Madam Carol Calevo. She's here to educate us on first aid. And as I said, she's from St. John Ambulance, Ghana. St. John Ambulance, Ghana is an institution that was established in Ghana here in 1937. So this year, they'll be celebrating their 84th anniversary. I am happy about it because they've got a lot more to educate us, so be expecting more from them. You can follow this discussion on our social media platforms at Association of African Universities on Facebook and YouTube, and our dedicated website at tv.aau.org. Hello, Madam Carol.
Hello.
You're welcome to Health Africa.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here.
Same here. We appreciate you accepting our invitation when we called. Okay. So before we start with the discussion, we'll first get to know more about you and then your institution.
Yeah. My name, as you said already, is Carol Calevo, and I work with St. John Ambulance. You've said everything about me. I'm a nurse and I'm a teacher, and my passion for this work has made me to be here. Immediately you called me, you know, I quickly gathered everything and I came here. I'm mostly glad to do this because a lot of people, you know, during accidents or emergencies,
even though in Ghana here, they have the passion to help people, but the problem is that they don't do it properly. And so by the time they get to the hospital, the people would have died some unnecessary deaths. So it's important for us all to know something about first aid and to want to do it so that we will make sure that we save our country for productivity.
Thank you very much for coming. Now, to get started, we would like to know what actually first aid is. You know, some people, when they hear first aid, what comes in mind is a box with paracetamol, bandage and others, but then they don't really know what first aid actually is. So will you tell us what it is?
Thank you very much. First aid, as the name implies, first and aid. So first aid is simply the first person who meets an incident and want to help. Like you meet an incident, like an accident on the road or fire or anything, and you want to help. First, you pause and ask yourself. That is the question most of us don't ask before we jump in to want to help. But then first aid is the immediate help that you want to give to someone who has suddenly taken ill or injury or has had an injury or burns or anything. And then we all know that this thing happens suddenly. And so you don't plan to have an emergency. So when it happens, I want to help you. But how do I do it? So I will urge that it's very important that we all know what first aid is.
Actually is.
And then what I'm saying is that first aid is just the help that you give to somebody who has suddenly taken ill or has had an injury of any kind.
So if first aid is the first steps or helping someone who is in an emergency, then then what are some of the principles, because everything has its principles, so what are the principles of first aid?
So good. The principles or aims of first aid is that before everybody does something, like you said, you have to have a plan or you have to have a reason why you are doing that. Our main reason for wanting to do first aid should be that you want to prevent the condition from occurring, and then secondly, you want to protect the incident from occurring, and then if it has already occurred before you got there, then you want to promote recovery. So these are the main principles. But then we want to say that if you do that, then what will you be doing? You want to give treatment to the person. By giving the treatment, then you need some skill to be able to do that. So it is very important that everybody also, I'm hammering on this because it's the most important that if you know what to do, you will save lives appropriately. So the three main reasons why we will do first aid is to prevent the condition from getting worse when you meet it. When you meet some people meet accidents. The leg is broken, the head is bleeding or something. They just started carrying the people. For instance, quite recently something happened in Kintampo, and then they were just carrying the people in vans and taking them to wherever. What about if the person is just bleeding and you put some people on top of me? By the time I get there, exactly. So I would have prevented it by selecting or sorting out those who are in various injuries. Then I will know that I'll put these people in this. But we put all of them because we don't know. So most of the time we want to give treatment, but you have to know what kind of treatment you have to give before you get to help the person.
So if I get you right, the principle is to plan, prevent and then promote.
Yes.
All right, okay. Now,
and then you promote recovery of the person. Promoting recovery is when you have to talk, to reassure the person and let them know what you are doing. Because if I meet you in the streets, then I have to meet the doctor or the nurse in the hospital. But if I meet you in the street, it means you are just anybody. So let me know that you have the skill to help me. Then I will relax.
Let's say I go to meet someone who is in an emergency situation. Should I just jump to the person and then start rendering first aid, or there are certain things I need to
take, and there are certain steps I need to take before rendering my first aid service to the person?
Most importantly, it will be very good if you would also look at yourself as a need, because if you get hurt, you cannot continue to help me. So before you go to do that, then you will have to collect some data. You have to get some information about what kind of incident is it, what has caused the thing, so that in case I go, let's say maybe there's spillage.
Okay.
There's a spillage of certain poisonous gas, and that is what I have inhaled. And so when you came there, yes, you have the passion to help me, but then I think it will be very good if you assess this, or you take a survey. You assess the situation before, you know what kind of incident it is, so that you collect some data and then see it's very important there should be a hazard, and you look at the risk around the hazard. So you look at what kind of hazard is it, and then what are the risks that are accompanied with it, then you'll be able to help me. It's very important that you take the risk and the hazard condition into consideration before, and then yourself as well. So you take into consideration yourself, the scene there, or the people who are around the place, and then the casualty. The casualty is the person who has had the incident. So these three things, you have to note them before you jump into helping somebody.
So, Auntie Carol, is first aid very, very important?
You said very, very. Why did you say very, very?
Is it very important? Is it important?
Very, 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 very important.
So what are the reasons behind it?
Yes,
what are the importance?
it's important. Like just as we have discussed, we have said that if, for instance, I'm at work and then I left my kids at home, and then something happens, and then the other children or the members of the family or the members of the house, some of them know first aid. They will not call me from the office to come and then say to leave the office work and come to the house. By the time I come, they would have saved the situation, my money and then my time. They will save it. And then it's also very important because it brings the health team and then the public to collaborate and save lives. Because if a first aider knows that immediately after securing the person's life, I have to take the person to the professionals. So then there's the kind of liaison collaboration between the health team and then the public. And then it also makes you confident. It brings some
confidence. Is it the first aider?
Yeah, the first aider, and everybody will immediately if you learn first aid and you know what to do when there's an incident, it gives you some kind of confidence. You can approach situations with some confidence in you.
It's like you're a hero.
You become not a hero, but then you have this kind of confidence in you, because so many people don't want to see blood. The scene of blood is very scary, and so people don't want to go to a scene. But if you learn first aid and you know all the skills about it, when somebody gets injury, you move forward, bare-chested, and you go and save a life, and you become very proud of yourself that you have saved somebody's life. And then you have used the appropriate techniques to save a life. So some of these things will make first aid a very important course for everybody to learn to do.
There are various types of first aid, I know, because different types, and then each have its own approach to attend to. Can you mention some of these types and then slightly or briefly tell us the first steps to involve in it?
For us in St. John Ambulance, we have meticulously studied our society, that is Ghana. And so because that is our core mandate, we train, we talk to people, we educate. So we have looked at the various institutions, various groups of people, and the kind of first aid that they need. So instead of maybe you would have known or read somewhere that we have levels in first aid. We have level 1, and level 2 or level 3, okay? But then for us in St. John Ambulance, because we want to cover the whole country, we make sure we have something when it comes to first aid for every group of people.
Okay.
So for instance, we have first aid for people like industrial, like people who do construction work and the rest. So those people will need a bit more higher skills in preventing injuries and all that. So we have those type of first aid, and then we have some for schools as well, because if we are able to train our children or give them skill in first aid, they will be able to cater for themselves when we are not there. So we have first aid for kids as well. And then we have also looked at the airlines, we have looked at the mines, we have looked at construction and the rest. So we have captioned it such that we don't have just one or two, but have varieties that are meticulously selected to cater for every category of individuals within the society. So I think that's what I'll say.
All right, we'll go for a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll continue with the discussion.
You're welcome.
Well, you heard it all, but then we've got more to tell you. So please stay tuned as we go for the break, and then when we come back, we'll continue. You're welcome back from the break. This is still Health Africa on AAU TV, and before we went for the break, we got to know the various types of first aid, and then we got to know slightly approach to it. We are going to continue with the discussion, and if you just tune in, you can follow the discussion on our social media platforms as Association of African Universities on Facebook and YouTube, and our dedicated website at tv.aau.org. Auntie Carol.
Yes.
Now, I would like to know the limitations involved in first aid. If somebody is trying to render a first aid service to somebody, are there limitations to it?
Of course, yes. There should be a lot of limitations. Limitations for those who don't know first aid and they want to help. Sometimes what happens is that they rather harm the people than rather alleviating their pain and suffering. So we say that they get some limit because in skill they are limited. So it is very important. I still hammering that it's important that wherever you are, ensure that you come to St. John Ambulance and learn first aid. So some of the limitations are that if you don't know what to do, you will do the otherwise, and you will harm the people, and then it will go against the law of first aid. Another limitation that I want to talk about is a cultural background where first aid is such that you touch people, you try, you go closer to the person and help the person. But let me beg to use this word. Our Muslim brothers and sisters, they have their own cultural laws and the rest. For instance, I meet a casualty, I meet somebody who is fitting or had epilepsy, and then I wanted to go closer. Maybe it's a male and I'm a female. Especially when the person is a female, males are not supposed to be touching Muslim females anyhow. So it becomes very, very difficult when a first aider gets to have an incident of that nature. Most of the time there is a solution such that if where you are there is somebody there who is the opposite sex, then I think you ask the person to help you. Because at all costs you don't have to leave the person to die or hang out her. So you teach some other person, maybe a female, to. Other than that, most of the time they don't allow it. If you are unconscious, you are not dead. You still can hear me, So they have been. There's so much fear in them that if my husband sees another man touching me, so they will not give you the chance to really touch them. And then if you are not careful and you leave them, you will be flouting the laws of first aid. And so you have to help by either calling somebody else,
Okay.
or by getting someone else who is around and is the same sex to help them to save it. Your aim is to save life and not to abide by the cultural laws. So to mention by just a few, these are some of the, and then most of the time, there's one more that I think, most of the time, you know, we give mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Okay, and in this time of COVID, you know, we are social distancing. So it has become a very, very difficult problem for us to really render a very requisite or good service to the public, because we are social distancing. And so, yes, St. John, because we are the professionals, we have been able to caption, we have been able to have a program such that in this COVID time, we still have a very a very good professional way of giving first aid to the people to save their lives in this pandemic. So I think this is what I have to say when it comes to limitations that first aiders have in giving their service.
Let's say I go to meet someone who is in an emergency situation, and then I rendered my service as a first aider. I'm not qualified to be a first aider, but I can do something. And then unfortunately the person passed away. Would I be sued for that?
Of course, yes.
I would be sued.
Of course, yes. I think even in our communities, you know, if I come to meet you with someone and then I don't know what happened, I don't know what you guys were doing, and then you mentioned that the person is dead. Do you think I have to leave you just like that? No, I will not. I will seriously not leave you. So it means that you will be sued. If you will not be sued by the law courts, you'll be sued by the society in which you live in. Do you see? So it is also very important that everybody must learn to do first aid. You understand? In the past, or in some time back, our people were doing first aid. They even, when you have burns, they put water, or some of them put shea butter, you know, salt water, and they pour it on it for you. They just want to help you. But is that the right thing to do? Yes, it is not. As we come, I mean, when we finished it, I think all of you should come. Those of you who don't know first aid, those of you who have put salt, saline to people's wounds, we all come to St. John Ambulance and we give you the techniques.
Some even put perfumes on the wounds.
So all this is not allowed, but we do them. So in giving first aid, we say that for first aid, our sole aim is to alleviate what? Pain and suffering. It's our core mandate that we alleviate pain and suffering. For that matter, if in doing that by using the crude method to do that and something happens, you will be sued for it. Okay. So it is very important that if you don't want to be sued or if you don't want to have any problem, then come and learn it. And then you have to learn it and be certified. I'm a nurse. Okay, so if in my line of action something happens to me, we have to go through the processes that I used to help the person before it happens. I'm certificated. Okay, so I can go ahead confidently. These are some of the the things, the reason why you should do first aid, because you have confidence, you know you can do it. So you approach it with that confidence and do it. So if you don't know first aid, you must be very careful when you want to render first aid services.
All right. So
I want to take the opportunity and say this. Some people, they go to books and then they go and read online, and then they think that they know first aid. I'm telling you, you cannot go and learn it just like that, or read around it and think that you know it. So I'll urge everyone to come to St. John Ambulance specifically and come and train and then acquire first aid knowledge.
Now, saying everyone should come, the question is, can anyone be a first aider?
No. Unless you are trained, like I said, and you have been certified. St. John Ambulance, even in the training, we then just don't train you, and then because by virtue of training you, you acquire certificate. After training you, we will assess you meticulously. And then after the assessment, if you are able to meet the criteria, before we can render our certificates for you, because we don't want you to go and do what you want, but you do the right things to save life.
Now, before I come to you for training, do I need some specific requirements?
Anybody.
Anybody.
Just anybody at all can come and train as a first aider.
All right. Now, let's...
And we also need, you can also come and volunteer.
Oh, okay.
Yes, like a TV presenter, blah, blah, blah. You can come. You are a doctor, you are a nurse, you are a businessman, you are a lawyer, everybody. You are an elderly, you are accountant. You can come to St. John Ambulance, walk in and come and volunteer. Tell us that when there is a problem, we can call on. If we need money, St. John Ambulance can call on you, and then you come and help us. So we have the volunteer wing, where anybody at all
can come and help
in the walk of life can come there and volunteer to support St. John Ambulance.
Okay. Now let's come to the common thing we know when we talk about first aid, which is the box, the first aid box. What are some of the list of medication that needs to be in that box?
First aid box.
First aid box, I mean, yeah.
We said first aid is a skill. And then somebody, it's only two things. Somebody will have to be injured or the person is ill. Okay. And then with that in mind, that one to have been meticulously selected and then put together. So for first aid box, we have different types of first aid box. In St. John Ambulance, like you said, first aid box may contain, for me, is gentian violet, plaster, bandage, and mercuricum. For a first aid box in St. John Ambulance, that one too, we have sat down thinking about the public.
Okay.
So we have put them into sizes, and the size depicts the group of people that will use it.
Okay.
For instance, we have the small size. For the small size, we want, it's just captioned such that only from 1 to 3 people. For instance, let's say that a saloon car, like for a car, you know, you can put it in your car, so that in case you are traveling and something happens, you could use that. And the content in that one will not be the content that will be in the first aid box that is in the trotro and the rest. Okay, so for that one, we have mainly the PPEs, that the main first PPE, especially in these COVID times, you have the face mask, you have the gloves, you have some bandages, and you have some gauze pads. And then, in cases where there might be burns, we have some burns gels. And then we have scissors for cutting, we have blades, we have antiseptic that you can use, or soaps that you can use in case there is bruise or something, so that you wash it and then you clean and then you bandage it nicely. And then secondly, we also have the medium size. The medium size is mainly for people like in the offices, maybe group of people like your office here, you have the medium size. The content may vary because what kind of injuries or sicknesses do happen around. So we look at the injuries that will happen, and then we package the first aid board accordingly. For the medium ones, we give it to offices, corporate organizations, and the rest. And then we have the large one, or the industrial one, which is also made specially for big industries or for construction work sites, like the mines, like building site projects and the rest, because you know, for that places people climb and then they might fall, they might have head injuries, they might have maybe fractures and the rest. So we have splints in there, we have plasters, we have triangular bandages, we have Benz gel and a whole lot. Seriously speaking, if you want the best first aid box, come to St. John Ambulance. We have them in various sizes and for various purposes. Come to us and then you will have the best, the standard. Thank you.
Now, before we come to the end of today's discussion, do you have any last word? Maybe I didn't mention something that you would like to talk about. Maybe some recommendations to our viewers.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Like I began to say, I wish I have the power to make everybody the first aider by the end of the year in this country. So the number one thing I will say is that every dying human being in this country, if possible, should try and know something about and acquire skill and a certain skill in first aid, and it will help us so that we all know the times that we are in is very bad. And in these COVID times, when we are supposed to be social distancing, then if you know you have a certain skill in first aid, you can help yourselves whilst you are in homes, whilst you are in the offices, or whilst we are in the construction work sites. Secondly, St. John Ambulance is 84 years old. Oh, hooray.
Hooray.
So, we are going to be celebrating it in June. And so, we'll be coming up with a lot of interesting programs to educate the public on what to do when they get into certain emergency situations. We'll come back. And then, my call is that some people, the other day I met some drivers, they are like, Madam, they said you people have first aid box. And I was like, what is first aid box? He says, we don't know. They said GPRTU said we should get it. Other than that, police. So this is the reason why you are getting it. So it means that when something happens and this taxi driver is in there, he will not touch it. He just used it to put there, showcasing it, and then you will not do anything because he doesn't have a skill in it. So please, everybody who is listening to me, make sure you come to St. John Ambulance, get a first aid box, and we will train you how to use, because we have everything in there, and then we'll teach you how to use the items inside the first aid box so that you can help us to save life.
Thank you very much, Auntie Carol. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you coming here. This brings us to the end of today's discussion, and we talked about first aid. I believe you've got enough, to educate yourself on what first aid actually is. We've got more for you as they are celebrating their 84th anniversary. They've got more and more to educate you, so be expecting more from them. Well, if you just tune in, you can go back and then listen to the discussion on our social media platforms as Association of African Universities on Facebook and YouTube, and our dedicated website at tv.au.org. My name is Isabella Tetahinakwa. See you again next time.
The Association of African Universities, AAU, is an international non-governmental organization set up by universities in Africa to promote cooperation among themselves and the international academic community.
Mon nom est professeur Étienne Ehouan-Eilé. Je suis le secrétaire général de l'Association des universités africaines qui est basée à Accra, au Ghana. Je vais vous parler de la création de l'Association des universités africaines. Il faut remonter dans les années 60 pour pouvoir comprendre le processus. Déjà en 1960, nos dirigeants estimaient que l'éducation est l'outil majeur pour pouvoir lutter contre la pauvreté et assurer le développement.
I am Nodumo Dlamini, the Director of ICT Services and Knowledge Management at the Association of African Universities. The Association of African Universities is a network of 400 universities in Africa. The biggest value that the universities benefit from being members of the association is this big platform that allows them to collaborate, allows them to work together, allows them to teach together. Through this platform, a university in North Africa can work with a university in Southern Africa, and also those in East Africa can work with those in West Africa.
Founded November 1967 at a conference in Rabat, Morocco, by heads of African higher education institutions, the association is currently headquartered in Accra, Ghana.
My name is Maxwell Amo-Hoyt. I'm the Director of Finance of the Association of African Universities. The association sustains itself from contributions from member universities and also from other development partners. Some of our development partners include the World Bank, other governmental agencies like the Swedish International Development Agency, UK Department for International Development, and other partners. We also receive a lot of support from other governments, especially the government of Ghana. Other partners include the African Union, which is more or less the parent organization of the Association of African Universities. The Association of African Universities hosts the Secretariat for the African Union's Continental Education Strategy. And by so doing, we provide coordinating roles for the African Union in helping members achieve their targets.
Déjà en 1960, nos dirigeants estimaient que l'éducation est l'outil majeur pour pouvoir lutter contre la pauvreté et assurer le développement. Et rappelons-nous que les années 60, la décade 60, a été une décade où la plupart des pays africains ont obtenu leur indépendance ou ont, disons, pris les dispositions pour être indépendants. C'était donc aussi l'année de développement, dans la mesure où tous ces pays indépendants devaient se retrouver de temps en temps pour parler de comment mettre ensemble leurs problèmes et trouver une solution commune à leurs problèmes. Et dans ce contexte-là, l'éducation était une priorité pour eux, surtout l'éducation universitaire. Et sur ce plan-là, les universités aussi se sont organisées grâce à l'UNESCO qui a parrainé plusieurs réunions depuis Madagascar jusqu'au Maroc.
My name is Jonathan Umba. I'm the Director of Research and Academic Planning. The programs and projects that we run at AAU are consistent with our strategic plan, and they are implemented for our higher education stakeholders, namely the higher education institutions in Africa. These programs are implemented in such a way that our stakeholders will get the benefit of membership of our association. And our programs also are aligned with a number of global and international agendas on higher education, including the Continental Education Strategy for Africa and the Agenda 2063. So these programs are aligned with a number of international agendas with a view to promoting higher education in Africa.
The AAU is the apex organization and principal forum for consultation, exchange of information, and cooperation among universities in Africa.
I am Professor Nkusa Mahao, Vice Chancellor of the National University of Lesotho in the Kingdom of Lesotho in Southern Africa. There are roughly 77 universities that are affiliated with the AAU in the region. But as you might be aware, there are a lot more universities that are as yet to take the membership of the Association of African Universities. Well, universities that are not members of the AAU are missing quite a lot. First of all, let's appreciate this one point, that the AAU is a main driver from the angle of training and capacitating the human resources of the continent, the agenda of the African Union 2063. So if an institution is not on board, it is missing the opportunity to leverage on the opportunities that are provided by the association in the area of training human resource capital, training their own staff and students, the opportunities that are provided by the universalization of quality management on higher education on the continent, and many other opportunities that are provided.
Et en 1963, il y a eu une réunion à Khartoum, au Soudan, où les chefs des institutions d'enseignement supérieur ont décidé de créer l'Association des universités africaines. Finalement, la création va se faire à une conférence qui s'est tenue à Rabat au Maroc, et la création de l'Association des universités africaines a eu lieu le 12 novembre 1967.
I'm Prof. Hassan Kafi, AAU Governing Board member, representing for East African region. Also, I am the president of Plasma University, Mogadishu, Somalia. We really like to give a call for universities in Africa, especially in East Africa, those which are not members still in the Association of African Universities. We are calling them because we feel the organization is ours. It represents the voice of higher education in Africa being seen all over the world.
Are you an institution or individual? Do you intend to organize a memorable event to be archived for future reference? Then look no further than AAU Studios, because it's your best bet with our spacious studio and state-of-the-art media equipment such as 4K Panasonic video cameras, KinoFlow lights, assorted microphones, live streaming equipment, among others. You are sure to get the best of productions. Visit us at Trinity Avenue, East Legon, adjacent the National Accreditation Board, or contact the AAU Studios via the following email addresses: info@aau.org, AAUTV@aau.org, or ransford@aau.org. Alternatively, you can call us on +233 244 736280.
The Association of African Universities, AAU, Africa's apex higher education organization, invites stakeholders to its 15th quadrennial General Conference from 5th to the 8th of July 2021. The theme is the future of African higher education. The conference will be held virtually and hosted by the government of Ghana under 6 sub-themes as follows. Sub-theme 1, the future of African higher education post-COVID-19. Sub-theme 2, contributions of African higher education institutions to addressing the challenges linked to the COVID-19 pandemic. Sub-theme 3, contributions of African higher education institutions in achieving sustainable development goals. Subtheme 4. Funding of African higher education institutions in the face of unpredictable economy. Subtheme 5. Mainstreaming e-learning and the digital divide. Subtheme 6. Contributions of the diaspora to African higher education. Expert participants include ministries of higher education, academics, researchers and research organizations, regional economic communities, regional educational bodies like IUCEA, CAMES, and Sarua, the organized private sector and captains of industry, development partners, and other education stakeholders. The AAU's 15th Quadrennial General Conference is here. To register, kindly go to the link below, and for further enquiries, please visit the website www.event.aau.org/GenCon or send an email to secgen@aau.org and copy info@aau.org. AAU, the voice of higher education in Africa.
L'Association des universités africaines, AUA, l'organisation faîtière de l'enseignement supérieur en Afrique, invite toutes les parties prenantes à sa 15e conférence générale quadriennale qui se tiendra du 5 au 8 juillet 2021. Le thème de cette conférence est l'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain. La conférence se tiendra virtuellement et ce sera accueilli par le gouvernement du Ghana. Elle comprend les 6 sous-thèmes principaux suivants. Sous-thème 1, l'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain après la COVID-19. Sous-thème 2, contribution des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains pour le relevé des défis liés à la pandémie COVID-19. Sous-thème 3, contribution des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains à la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable. Sous-thème 4, financement des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains face à une économie imprévisible. Sous-thème 5, intégration de l'apprentissage en ligne et de la fracture numérique. Sous-thème 6, contribution de la diaspora à l'enseignement supérieur africain. Les participants attendus comprenant entre autres les ministères de l'enseignement supérieur, des universitaires, les chercheurs et organismes de recherche en Afrique et au-delà, les organismes éducatifs régionaux comme la IUCEA, la CAMES, la Sarua, le secteur privé organisé et les chefs d'industrie, les partenaires de développement, agences et organisations internationales et d'autres acteurs de l'éducation. La 15e conférence générale quadriennale de l'AUA est là. Pour vous inscrire et participer, veuillez visiter la tinyurl.com/AAUGC 2021 et pour plus d'informations sur la conférence, veuillez visiter le site web event.aau.org/GenCon ou envoyer un courriel à secgen@aau.org et copier info@aau.org. L'AUA, la voie de l'enseignement supérieur en Afrique.
Asasura nsa. Nana Apata Kofi nsa. Abosum Edoso Eso nsa. Nana Numa wewu akọ ọmọdé nsa no. Ishia ha na yɛto nsa from one nnɛ anɔpɛ ɔyɛ asɛm dɛdɛw a nananom munyim dɛ obesi nnɛ ɔyɛ yɛn ankasa yɛn de hye Mr. Kodwo Yanka ne mba yɛ memba bɛyi akafa dam adwumasoni ɔza aba kurom ha ɔmɔgye nsa no yɛ from one a yɛasɛm tietie ayi dɛ dɛm adwuma yi a ndɛ yɛde asɔre bɔ fam yi asɔre wɔde bɔ fam dɛ biara nso bi nyɛ adwuma na dɛm asɔre yi a ndɛ ɔmanpanyin nara nkasa wɔatutu n'anamɔm na nanom ahemfo mpanyinfo etitir ahɔho a wɔfiri akyirikyiri wɔaba yi na nanom yɛsrɛ wɔn dɛ dɛm asɔre yi a yɛde bɔ fam yi a ɔyɛ ndɛ dwuma biara dwumadi biara yɛahyehyɛ ɛbɛyɛ no mɔmbrɛm na biribiara nsanka na ɔnkaba ndɛ mbiribi a yɛbɛgyina ha no dɛm adza yɛhyɛ no kwamba do ewie ne dɛm a ɔmampanyin no nkwa do nananom wɔn nkwa do obi a ɔbɛboa dɛm adwuma biara no nkwa do MPs a wɔaba ministers a wɔaba wɔn nkwa do ɔmagye nsa no na wɔn boa na biribiara nkwa do ɔtamfo abonsɛm biara ɔbɛyɛ n'adwene dɛ ɔbɛyɛ biribi etia no mo yɛn ndu asɛm
I now invite Maulvi Mohammed bin Salih, the head of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission, to give us the Islamic prayer.
We may remain seated or in whatever posture we find ourselves, but commit ourselves and attention to the presence of the Almighty Allah. We pray in the name of Allah, most gracious, ever merciful, Almighty Lord. We thank you for this day and occasion. We glorify your name and sing your praises just as we extol your beauties. We pray you empower us, understand, appreciate, and hold high aloft our heritage, our values, and identity, such that we give meaning to it, even as we recognize your glorious face through these values. Almighty Allah, we thank you for this beautiful, impacting occasion in which we cut short for such an ambitious and grandiose state-of-the-art Pan-African Heritage Museum, which we dedicate to your glory. We pray and pray you enable us become true embodiments of our culture and as Africans. Embodiments of our culture as Africans such that we do not only share the traditions and cultural values of our forebears, but also cherish it and dutifully pass it on to subsequent generations in a sustained order. Gracious Lord, we pray you to reward initiators of this noble and laudable project. Reward them handsomely. Grant them more wisdom, protection, and all that it takes to carry on and move these laudable ideas into fruition within the shortest possible time. Merciful and compassionate Allah, we commit our President into your arms, your loving arms. Protect him and bless him. And bless all his efforts, and indeed the efforts of all his lieutenants as they move this dear land of our birth forward to where we invariably belong, in the Committee of Nations. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, Rahmanir Rahim, Maliki Yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Thank you very much, Mulvey. Please welcome the chairperson of the advisory board, Professor Kofi Asare-Opoku, for the proverbial Ahwaba welcome address. Let's show some love. This young man was 88 years a couple of days ago.
His Excellency, the eminently honorable President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the far-sighted and august patron of the Pan-African Heritage World Museum, honorable ministers of state, Nananom Nime Kename, members of the diplomatic corps, as well as friends and supporters of this museum who live abroad but have come here specifically to witness this ceremony. On behalf of our ancestors, upon whose shoulders we stand today, and on behalf of the board of advisors to this museum, I cordially welcome all of you to this important ceremony of the cutting of the sword of the Pan-African Heritage World Museum. The monumental enterprise of the Pan-African Heritage World Museum, irrepressibly envisioned by Honorable Kojo Yankah, an indefatigable and ingeniously resourceful son of Africa, is going to be the place where Africans, both on the continent and elsewhere in the diaspora, tell their own story themselves. Our ancestors said, until the lions have their historians, tales of hunting will always glorify the hunter. This museum will represent the lion's tale, not the hunter's tale. So many deliberate misrepresentations and outright falsehoods have been told about Africa, her people, and her history. But I take unrestrained comfort in our ancestral wisdom that says, whereas the liar takes 1,000 years to go on a journey, the one who speaks the truth follows and overtakes the liar in a day. Centuries of distortions made many people feel that the truth about Africa had disappeared. But our ancestors firmly believed that the truth that went out in the morning came back in the evening. This museum is going to represent our truth as told by ourselves. For when the gigantic curtain of the enthralling human drama was flung wide open, Africans were the only actors on that great stage. And for centuries, they made lasting contributions that made a future world for humanity possible. This museum will restore our truth, our genius, our dignity, and our greatness as a people. And it will be a site where inspiration, hope, knowledge, and a sense of renewal will be mined for the benefit of all of us African descendants. Again, a hearty and gracious welcome to this memorable ceremony, bearing in mind that this museum will be built not because we are Africans, but as Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah said, this museum will be built because Africa was born in us. Mema Makwaba. Thank you.
Yajewuso openyin Yajewuso. It is an honor to introduce an astute man who has served his country in various capacities. His kingdom is famous for being one of the neatest communities in Ghana. He has chaired numerous boards in the past and present. He is a former presidential advisor. He chairs the Committee for Mobus Property Development, Ghana Cement Foundation, the University of Cape Coast, the Sam Jonah Endowment Fund, and the Cape Coast Hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Nana Ehuna Bobrim, Pra Ajinsem VI, Oman Hine of Asin-Renchi in the Kushia traditional area. He's also known in private life as Nana Dr. Wellington Eshon Jonah. Nana.
Thank you. Your Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, the Chairman of the Advisory Board, Professor Kofi Poku, and members of the Advisory Board, Nana President Central Regional House of Chiefs and Queen Mothers, Regional Minister, members of Diplomatic Corps, and Honorable Kojo Nyanka. I welcome the honor of chairing this function when the invitation came to me for a number of reasons, but principally it was out of excitement for the sheer vision behind this project. I have, in my time, traveled not too much, but reasonably well throughout the whole world, but have not seen any project that gives so much prominence to the past, present, and future of people of African descent. I am very elated. Going through the profile of the project as elaborated by the chairman of the advisory committee, Professor Kofi Poku, my mind went to a patriotic song composer by the name late famous Ephraim Amo, and the song was entitled Yanum Ebibirme. He was calling fellow Africans of descent, calling on us to wake up and act, because he felt the rest of the world was leaving us behind. That was in the early 1930s. Ephraim Amo feared that our African personality and dignity would be eroded if we did not take immediate action. As a traditional ruler, I can see a wake-up call in this project. Our rich values and cultural heritage are giving way to other people's cultures. As head of a community myself, I see that apart from the education and enlightenment this project is going to give to the whole world, jobs and other opportunities are going to open up for the immediate and distant communities of our good country, Ghana. I can foresee this whole area transformed as a major tourism destination for all Africa, generating huge revenue to the national purse. I am delighted to be part of this epoch-making event, and I wholeheartedly accept to be chairman for the sword cutting for the start of the construction of the Pan-African Heritage World Museum. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Nana Yedase Wanumu. We'll now have brief goodwill messages. And the first person on our list is our sister, our Central Regional Minister, Honorable Justina Hassan. You're welcome.
Hello Africa, and welcome to Impact Stories on AAU TV. AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa. This program seeks to celebrate academic mentors on the Africa continent. My guest for today's conversation is a researcher with an interest in food product and process development, focusing on enhancing nutritional and sensory quality and safety of traditional food products. Other research activities are on assessment of chemical and nutritional qualities of food crops, packaging of traditional food products, and agricultural commodities. My name is Irene Dufiade, and I'll be your host for today's conversation. We'll go for a quick break, and when we come back, I will introduce to you who my guest is on Impact Stories. Welcome back. My guest for today has a very beautiful feature about her which we all love. She's a woman with a silver hair and it's quite unique. My guest for today is Professor Esther Sechi Dawson. Thank you, Madam, for having us, and have a happy new year.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah,
and you are welcome to my home
in
the eastern region of Ghana.
Right.
Mampong Equiapem.
Yeah, right on top of the mountain. Beautiful scenery. I think I'm enjoying the scenery, the fresh air.
Yes.
Yeah, and all of that. How have you been? It's a new year.
Yes, by God's grace, doing very well. And we've had a rocky 2020, but I think we sailed through it pretty well.
Yeah.
And I would say that I went through it very well. It's very interesting, but by God's grace, still going very strong.
Very strong.
Yes.
That's all right. And so before we even zoom into what normally we talk about with our distinguished academics that we've had on this show, I think our first time meeting was on a panel during the African Universities Week, and we were discussing the importance of the role of women in building the society. And so I just wanted to just move a little bit from what we normally discuss and ask, how important is women to the society in building the society?
Well, I would say that it goes without question that women are half of the population, and obviously for God to have created women meant that they were important.
Right.
He had a role for women to play, and so he created women. And so the role of women cannot be underemphasized,
right,
in all aspects, you know. So women are a major part of society, and women can contribute their quota to society once society allows them to. So women are not second-class citizens.
No.
That's one I always will say that. Never second-class citizens. Women are equal to men in every way. Physiologically, no, but in every other way, God created us together. So let us create them in our image.
Right.
So we are part of the image of God, and therefore we are not second-class citizens. We are able to contribute to society, and society thrives with both men and women.
That's great. And as a great woman yourself, we would want to talk about your upbringing.
Okay.
We would want to go down memory lane and want to ask, how did you start? How many are you? Your siblings, your parents, who were they, and how many siblings? Where did you school? Let's say in the first 10 years of your life.
It's interesting.
Right.
My father was a civil servant. He was a Ga, so I'm actually 3/4 Ga, I would say, because my father is full Ga, my mother is half Ga, half Equiapim from Ekropong. My maternal grandmother is from Ekropong, Equiapim, maybe another 10 miles down this road.
Right.
And But the interesting thing about my father is, normally in Ghana, you know, we have a saying that Ghanaians don't travel.
Right.
But my father, being a civil servant, traveled the length and breadth of Ghana. He was, we used to work with the PWD, and then it went to GNCC. He was a roads engineer, sort of, and then eventually to Ghana Highway Authority.
Right.
But, so I was born, I think I was born in Accra, but they were in Takoradi at that time. I didn't really grow up in Takoradi. My memories of growing up was from Tamale.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
But
that's
we
far
were
off.
in Yendi. We were in Yendi for a bit, and then Tamale I remember because that's where I started school. Really, I can quite well remember being in school, and there were 2 different schools. There's one school called Bagabaga.
Right.
So that's where I started off, my
In the
brother and
northern
I,
region.
in the northern region, Tamale, in the northern region of Ghana. And then eventually I ended up, we moved schools to, I think Bagabaga was a little far from where we lived. So I moved to another one, which is quite popular. Lots of people have gone there, Saka Saka.
Right, yeah.
Primary school. Yes.
Well known.
Yes. So I moved to Saka Saka Primary School. Now, I'm the last of 5 siblings.
Right. Oh.
Yes.
I'm also the last, so you know.
Yes, yes. I'm the last
Yeah.
of 5. There was an older sister, then twins, and then brother, and then I. So I'm the last of 5.
Interesting.
Yes.
Any interesting memories at Saka Saka?
Saka Saka. One thing I would never forget is how one day I think it was playtime, and they were playing or something. I was walking across the field or something, and these boys were playing football, and the ball hit my stomach. Oh, I mean, that memory still remains. So, in fact, I suppose it was very traumatic so
for you.
I'm very wary of balls.
When it's coming, when it's flying all over.
Yes,
Yeah.
I remember that. But then I also remember that we had some really good teachers. I can't remember some of their names, but we really had some very good teachers. And the thing about it was, in those days, which was in the 60s, yeah, that was in the 60s, it was a public school, but it was a very good public school. I think it was, they called it an experimental school. I suppose they called it Saka Saka. But it was a very good school. Even Bagabaga, they were very, very good schools. And a lot of prominent people went through there. And we all finished and went to secondary schools and eventually to universities. But I was in Tamale till 67, 1967. My father was transferred to Ho. So we moved to Ho. So I think I went to Ho class 5, class 4 or class 5. So I was at least in Tamale up to class 4. I remember when they had to move, they had to leave me.
Because you were still in school?
Because I was still in school.
Okay.
Now, my older siblings had gone to secondary school, so they were fine. They were in boarding schools, etc. So I was now left. And so they had to leave me to finish the academic year.
Right.
And we had some very good friends who I stayed with. So, and then I went and began, I think, class 4, class 5 in Ho. And I went to, there's a Methodist experimental school in Ho Banque, that's what they used to call it. That's where I went, and then I sat for the common entrance
exam.
But then I have an interesting story about that. When I sat for the common entrance at that time, I did get admission. No, not admission. I mean, I was called for an interview. In those days, some of the schools did
You
interviews.
had to go for an interview before.
Yes, you had to go for an interview. So that was Achimota School.
Right.
So I went for the interview. For some reason, I was not picked.
Okay.
Whatever it was. But I remember that I got St. Rose's in Akwitia. But my father decided, for some reason, he said, you are going to Achimota School.
Okay.
And you are young, you are not old. You are still young. So you have to go on to another class and then redo the
common
entrance. Again.
Okay.
So eventually, I ended up at in Accra, they brought me to Accra because they were also going to move soon. So they sent me to Radiant Way School. Now Radiant Way was boarding ND, and so the boarding was somewhere in Odoko Sakamang area in Accra, and then the main school was in Kolegono. So in those days, I went to what they call post 6.
Okay.
Yeah. So they used to have 7 classes, and most of the people did their common entrance in post 6.
Right.
So I went to post 6, but they used to bus us from
every day.
Yes, across town from Odoko all the way to Kolegono every day. Those of us who were in post 6. But for those who were in the younger, they had classes for the boarders at the boarding place. But for those of us in post 6, we used to sit in the bus and cross from Kanishi all the way to Kolegono.
So looking at your experience, because you've lived across major cities, did it change your perception of how you see people? Because I think you've interacted with different kinds of people. Has it shaped up how you look at people, or how people behave in a certain way or manner?
Yes, I think it has. Because to have lived in different places and interacted, gone to school in the same classroom with people from different ethnic backgrounds, and you see yourselves as just children, just human beings, and interact with them. Now, in our time in school, at that time, those were the days where, in a way, you are not allowed to speak vernacular.
Yeah.
So I remember those days. Please, teacher, this girl is speaking vernacular. Then that is cause for punishment, you know. So it didn't quite give us, those of us who didn't live in those communities, because we sort of lived in the bungalow areas, to be able to pick up the language completely. Yes, that's for me, that I'll say was a disadvantage of not being able to pick up the language completely. But it was still very interesting from Tamale to Ho back to Accra. So Accra, I just did a little bit of school in Accra and then secondary school.
Yeah, and so straight to Achimota finally.
So finally, I did get yes, I did get to Achimota 1970, 71, and I got in. So I belong to what you say the 75 group of graduation from 5.
Yeah, so you did the O level
and then A level. So I went to from 1 to 7.
All
in
Achimota
school.
Oh.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
And we say that's one of the best schools in Ghana.
Yes, it certainly is. It certainly is one of the best schools in Ghana, especially being a mixed school. It gives you such a rich experience. You know, it gave us a very rich experience. And we're there for 7 years. Most were there for 5, and you formed lasting friendships with people from all ethnic groups and backgrounds. And those things are some of the best legacies of Ghana, where we're able to have our boarding school system and send people from all over. And Achimota will say from Gambaga to Accra, from Riaso to Keta.
Right.
You know, people are from all over, and you see them, and I think it gives a rich experience, and it helps us bond and see each other as Ghanaians more than tribes.
Hello, Africa. Hello, Africa, and welcome to Impact Stories on A.
Again, it comes down to the multiple risks. I don't think I don't need to bother myself to do this. But then I got encouragement from my husband, from different people, my colleagues, mentors, people like Professor Fadede, etc., who I would say, yeah, you can do it. We see a potential in you. You can do this. You can do this. You know. So basically, I took it easy and one step at a time. I didn't look at it as
a challenge.
I must, by all means, make sure that by the time I'm this age, that at least I didn't do that. I should have, though.
You have
by
your
this
plan
age,
anyway.
I should do this. At this stage, I should be a professor. I thought to myself, so long as I'm making an impact on
that's
people,
the most important.
That's most important. And my family does not suffer. That's important. So, honestly, to be able to have been able to come up with papers, etc., to get to associate professor, was like, wow. I didn't really expect. I thought, oh, when I get to senior lecturer, it's fine.
You are fine.
I'm fine. I will make my impact and go on with that. But you see, but that's my journey. That's me. Everybody has a different. And I see it as an achievement, actually, to be able to supervise students, master's students, PhD students, and all of that. And I see more of that aspect. I love that aspect of it, the mentoring, and having an impact on the lives of students, pushing them as I was pushed to achieve this and to do that. So I enjoyed that. Yes.
So looking through your CV, I saw a whole lot of publications. We can't even start talking from the top to get into the down. So I really want you to go deep down and tell me which one you think was so Estasechidosen. When we take this book or this publication, we know that this is, I know you put a lot of hard work in what you put out, but which book would you say was, let's say, your best?
Oh, that one.
That's hard.
That's hard. that one is hard.
Yeah.
Yes, but there was one that we did on using peanut-based cowpea, because I did a lot of research on cowpea, using cowpea milk, etc., as a replacement in chocolate, as a replacement milk. Yes, so that if people don't want dairy, they could use that. And I think that was very important, because that was also more of a product development kind of project. So that one I really liked. That one, it was one of the best I like. There was also another one that I did with a student on plantain and bananas, cooking bananas. That and that whole project was interesting because we had to collaborate with, those days, the people. There was someone who had an experimental farm there. We call Volta River Estates. Right. Oh, okay. Yes, and they had an experimental farm. They were trying to experiment on cooking bananas, which is a type of cross between plantain and banana. It doesn't do too well here. It does well, but in terms of using it for food, for us, it doesn't do too well. So we did the research to find out how best it could be used. And of course, definitely we found that it doesn't do well for fufu, because it's just too soft. And so one of the best ways that you could, when you're growing it and you can use it, maybe is to make chips, plantain chips, crisp, fry it. And that will be, because ampesi too will not work with that one. With that one. And so those are some of the research. The other one is the one we did on cowpea fortified condo. Yes. So we have the cowpea, and then when you are making the condo, add it to the condo, mill it, ferment it, etc. But we needed to experiment to figure out how long the fermentation should be. Now you are adding a protein base, it should not smell, etc. How much of it should you add, and all of that. And we found that about a 20% replacement was good. And it actually, when you use it, you get your banku is nice. It's good. Your cocoa is also good. And we're basically looking at it as improving the nutrition for making porridge for children and all of that. You could make kenke with it, you could make banku with it, and the textures were good. because like you said, part of what I do is also in terms of sensory. So we have to look at how the food behaves and how people perceive it and all its sensory characteristics.
Yeah.
So a lot of my research is also on finding out what the sensory characteristics are, so that when you are improving it, you can make sure that those particular ones are still present in whatever you have done and improved. Yes.
Yeah. And so we want to talk about your award, then we'll zoom straight into your personal life. So I see that you have a lot of awards. Which one are you really proud of?
I would say I'll go way back. I'll go way back to my my first university exam one.
Yeah.
And the second one. The reason why I would say I am especially proud of that is because when I finished the sixth form, 1977, I didn't do well in chemistry and physics. I've told you about physics. I didn't. So I couldn't come to the university that year.
Yeah, you had
so
to
I had to go back and redo that one. And to see that from that part of it, I got then, and I was able to, I think we did a remedial those days. It was at Accra Polytechnic at that time. And there was an Indian man who taught us the physics. And it was like a light bulb in my head. That, wow, I mean, it's this so easy to understand.
I get
that one, yes. And then somebody also taught us, Dr. Pong taught us something on chemistry, etc. I could understand it so well that when I came to the university, chemistry was like a breeze. I was like,
you were just walking through it.
Why am I doing this? How am I able to go through that? So I'm especially proud of that, because to think that, oh, maybe you didn't do well enough in the first time you did your GCs, whatever. Now you come and then you come and you are blowing it, and you are the best science student for the. I mean, I think that's, and I use that always to tell people that don't give up.
Don't give up
on what your potential is, and it also taught me that the importance of having very good teaching. It's critical. That sometimes people don't do well because they have not been taught properly, or they have not been educated properly. So this influenced my life on how I
teach your students. That's all right. So we just want to know, because for us, we know that you were called Mensa and then now Sechidos. And how did you come by that name?
I got married.
Where did you meet him?
It's interesting. He was also in the university.
Okay.
We were colleagues. We didn't quite know each other, at least at that level. And like I told you, if we look at secondary school, we were mates. But because I had to do it again, I came 1 year after them. Yeah, so I didn't quite know him. And then after, I think it was after we did the masters. That's when we got to know each other. But I got to know him better rather when I had gone to Cornell. And then he was also in Reading doing his PhD. He did his PhD in Reading, and he worked with the, he was in agriculture extension. Yes, and they're still in the University of Ghana. Yeah, so that's how we met. We knew each other. We had mutual friends. So we knew each other, and that's how.
And then you managed 3 children.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, managed to get 3. 1 girl and 2. 2
guys.
Yes, young men. A young woman and 2 young men.
Yeah. So how do you relax? Because looking at your age, you look quite good. How do you exercise? How do you keep fit? How do you?
So for some reason, I just love walking. I enjoy walking. I don't like gym. I don't like going to the gym and the treadmill and all that. I tried it once and I thought it wasn't too good for your knees. And it was kind of boring. Also, I've told that I don't like being boxed in things. I like exploring. So walking is something I like. So then I walk, I see different things, I see different people. I'm going around instead of being in a gym. Yes, and I also loved aerobics actually, but I picked that aerobics up when I was doing my PhD in the US, and it was very good because in the winter and all those things, you need to exercise.
You can manage that.
Yes, so I did a lot of aerobics at that time, aerobics exercise, and continued. When I came back, there was a time UTAG had an exercise club, I suppose, where on Saturday mornings we go to the field on the campus and we do all kinds of exercising. So I was doing that also. You meet with your colleagues and then we do that. But for some time now, the aerobics and all that has gone there. It's more of walking. Yes.
So at your leisure, what do? You have a beautiful scenery. Do you garden?
I love to garden. I like flowers. I like to garden. So wherever I am, I always have flowers and grass and all that. So I do a lot of gardening. It's relaxing. You go in and try.
And even going down into the soil is therapeutic.
Yes. And now I'm trying to add vegetables herbs to that instead of just the flowers. Yes, I'm trying to. That's what lockdown did for a lot of us. Now we have to add.
You have to explore your other passions.
Yes, and do all that. So I love to garden.
Yes. It's been a great interview, but before we wrap up, before we go, I really want to ask this question that do you think where you are now, you are a fulfilled person?
Definitely, I think I am fulfilled because I've done so much, really. I've had different experiences. I've had to do that. I've mentored people. I was one of the mentors of what we call award, African Women in Agricultural Research Development. And that was a great experience. Being a mentor, you were also taught how to mentor, and we had workshops. We had opportunities to travel and see other African women doing things, bonding and networking with other African women. That was super, and we've done that. I've done things with the British Council in terms of, apart from the African Knowledge Transfer Partnership. Based on that, with my relationship with them, I was also one of their panel members for the Atalo scholarships. And again, you interact with people, you see, and for all these experiences, I bring it back to my teaching and my classroom and my research. I've worked with them for that. I've been on various boards and committees. I've been the council chair for Koforidua Polytechnic. That was up to, I think, 2009, 2016 thereabouts. Yes. So Koforidua Polytechnic, I think from 2009 to about 2016. I was first a member of their board, then I became the chair of that. I've been on the council of the University of Ghana itself. You know, so I've had a lot of experiences that are not only in terms of classroom and teaching, etc. And it's taught me administrative skills and all of that. So I've gone through a lot. I've seen a lot, and I've enjoyed it, and I've not regretted being in academia because it has not been boring. I've had different experiences, having had experience with Association of African Universities in different ways, you know. So I would say that by God's grace, I am fulfilled. Definitely, I definitely think that I am fulfilled. Yes.
So thank you, Prof, for having us at your beautiful house, your beautiful place. It has been an interesting conversation with you, and we really enjoyed that. Thank you for your time. We know you don't have a lot of time, but for making time for us for people to get to know you, know who you are for the continent of Africa, to see that there is a gem. Indeed, there is a woman here who is breaking all the boundaries. So thank you for giving us this opportunity to let the world know you. Thank you very much, Prof. We are privileged to be here. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us on Impact Stories on AAU TV. My name is Irene Dufiade and I've been your host for today's conversation. Have a happy new year.
Are you an institution or individual? Do you intend to organize a memorable event to be archived for future reference? Then look no further than AAU Studios because it's your best bet with our spacious studio and state-of-the-art media equipment such as 4K Panasonic video cameras, KinoFlow lights, assorted microphones, live streaming equipment, among others. You are sure to get the best of productions. Visit us at Trinity Avenue, East Legon, adjacent the National Accreditation Board, or contact the AAU Studios via the following email addresses: info@aau.org, AAUTV@aau.org, or ransford@aau.org. Alternatively, you can call us on +233 244 736280.
This one?
All right, so now, in the interest of time, and because I understand from Wanjira that the server may not come back within the time that we have, which is only 15 minutes. So in order to maximize on the use of the 15 minutes, we're thinking let's move to the next topic, which is really the subject of the next session when we meet. And that's to do with the e-portfolio. So this doesn't need the internet, so you can say this is our plan D. We're already on plan D. Or is it F? All right, so this is our plan F. But let's use our plan F to make use of the 15 minutes prior to lunch. I think lunch is at 1. Okay. Asai reminds me the lunch break is at 1. So we can go through what is an e-portfolio to understand about e-portfolios. And of course, we'll invite you to interrupt and discuss, ask questions as we go, so that it becomes more discussive and less of a lecture. Right, so the next session is going to be concerned now with creating an e-portfolio. And e-portfolios are ways of documenting information in a way that makes sense to us. Now, in today's world, we don't use business cards or brochures or pamphlets or catalogs the way we used to in the past. Even CVs are becoming a bit redundant. E-portfolios are the way to go, in part because of the distribution, you can say, benefits that it comes with. We can easily distribute an e-portfolio. The other thing is that we can easily upgrade and maintain an e-portfolio. It's very difficult to maintain. Even a CV is a challenge, but let's talk of a pamphlet or a brochure that you're giving out. So how can we then produce e-portfolios as professionals? So let's look at what an e-portfolio entails. Here's a definition for an e-portfolio. An e-portfolio, or let's say a portfolio, not even an e-portfolio, but a portfolio in principle was defined by Paulson and Paulson this way. A portfolio is the story of knowing about things, knowing about oneself, knowing an audience. Portfolios are an individual's own story of what they know and what they believe, and that they believe that they know it. So, in essence, if you create a portfolio, according to this definition, it must be targeted to an audience. It's not for you. The issue of the target audience comes into play. So you can have on yourself different types of portfolios because they target different demographics. This is one of the core things about a portfolio. All right? And it's a story. So oftentimes, when they say it's a story, they're trying to bring into play the issue of a timeline. That a portfolio is not an instance or a snapshot of time, really. It tries to show some sort of time context, some history that has evolved to where you are now. So it depends on the type of portfolio you're producing, but you have to consider the time scales and you have to consider the target audience if you want it to be a portfolio, especially a professional portfolio. So a portfolio is opinion backed by facts. Now, this comes to the core of why you're doing this. Oftentimes we make claims that I know this, I know that, I did this, I'm qualified there, I'm qualified here. So this one provides the evidence. The portfolio, for example, for a researcher may have links or backlinks to papers or journalistic papers, and in fact in the journals where they were published. So on a CV you may make the claim, but on a portfolio you will actually give a backlink, especially if it's an e-portfolio, so someone can see, oh, this is where it is. That kind of thing. So the evidence-driven claims or evidence-backed claims is really what we are talking about here. So this presentation is in session 3 in the system, but right now the system's down, so that's a redundant statement. So here portfolios provide evidence of what an individual knows as samples of their work. So this is one of the key issues behind making a portfolio or an e-portfolio. So what is an e-portfolio then? It tells a digital story. An e-portfolio or electronic portfolio is a collection of digital artifacts articulating learning, both formal and informal, experiences and achievements over time. It's a definition by Beetham in 2005. So what do we mean by digital artifacts? Essentially, it is the various components that make up what you see on an e-portfolio. So it can be text, it can be a body of text, but it can be images, it can be video, it can be animations, but it's up to you what you decide you want to show. But they're visual representations of the evidence of any claim that you're making. So text can be with images and in the form of, let's say, a paper or a book chapter or a book. You see, that document becomes what we call an artifact. So the idea is in your e-portfolio is to look at it as artifacts that you are collecting to showcase to your target audience. Always, your target audience are key. It's not just for anyone usually, it's for your targeted audience. So what is an artifact? Examples of that: papers, publications, books. Projects of significance. So what would constitute your project? You see, it could be a body of text, some photos, as well as some videos. Some of those videos are in the form of testimonials. But it's up to you how you decide you're going to, what artifacts you're choosing and how you're going to represent them. Evaluations from assignments or projects. So this can be reports, it can be some sort of third-party document that verifies that your project claims are what they are. Recognitions and awards, like certifications. So your e-portfolio can provide evidence of that, whereas a CV may not necessarily. You have to attach them. But you can actually have recognitions and awards on a e-portfolio. Reflections and methods and pedagogies. So we talked about a timeline and we talked about stories. So when you're doing a portfolio, oftentimes you want to have a page which you devote to your story. How the information that you're showing emerged. For example, if it's a professional portfolio, you want to be able to talk about historically, I worked here and I produced all this. I worked in another place later on, let's say in 2005, I produced all this. 2010, I worked from 2010 to 12, I did all this. So you provide that sort of evidence, but you also want to back it with reflections, with methods, with pedagogies, with explanations that help people to understand what you're showing them. This is important to the people who are interested in your work. right? In other words, don't just put a picture there and people have to now interpret the picture. Yes, have a caption which is labeled and explains what this picture is in context of what you want to show them. Okay, so that kind of relevance is key. Stories or journal entries, we've discussed that. Photos, images, audio, and video clips. So audio is part of it. And a product, artwork, visualization, or any documented result. So when you produce a paper or you produce a book, this is a documented result. It's the end, it's a body of work, right? But you could also have something you've recorded, like a documentary, or it could be a short film that explains something. It could be a product you have made, an artwork, or even a visualization, some sort of chart or diagram. So these things also constitute part of your e-portfolio. In fact, they're quite useful. So you want to showcase them as well. All right? So these are the artifacts, and they're obviously digital in nature. So what does a portfolio contain? It contains your philosophy, goals, concepts, and ideas. And this is one of the things we need to understand, that when you produce a portfolio, whether it's professional, or it's for learning, or it's for teaching, or it's institutional, whether it's any of these, you need to have a philosophy that informs it. And anyone who reads it should have a sense of that philosophy. They should also have a sense of your goals, your concepts, and your ideas. They should have a sense of you in that context within which you're communicating. If they read it and they don't have this sense, then you have not really communicated. Yes, it's very targeted, and the issue of goals and philosophies, these are top level for the person who's looking at what you're showing them. It should have proof of concept. In other words, evidence backing your claims. So if you said I worked on a project, then the evidence should be provided. Sometimes in photos or videos which are captioned. Sometimes in explanations which wrap themselves around what you are showing. But this kind of relationship is key. So anything you show is driven by the fact that it is evidence of any claim that you are making. If you have a qualification, then of course you want to show the certification. Or if you are saying that you have publications you have produced, then you show the evidence by linking or showing the document. Artifacts, of course, we discussed that. Self-reflection and self-assessment for self-evaluation. Now, this one in particular is important for students. E-portfolios can be useful learning tools. They don't necessarily have to communicate anything else, but to a student, it can be a way of learning. In which case, self-reflection, self-assessment, and self-evaluation are key. Because as you record and document your learning path, you reach a point where you want to reflect over what has happened. And when you do this, you have new insights, and that helps you to make decisions going forward and make choices. So using it as a learning tool, this particular point on self-reflection and self-assessment is very important. So what do e-portfolios contain? Writing samples, we've discussed this one. Essays, publications, journals, photos, slideshows, videos, and multimedia interactive content. So I didn't discuss much about interactive content, but these days you can have interactive information like games or anything that requires instant feedback. You click on a quiz, you make some choices, you send, and you get instant feedback. You can also include these kind of artifacts within your e-portfolio. Research projects and links to resumes, blogs, websites, or other online content which is relevant. So why use it in the first place? To document and organize work, obviously. To reflect and espouse your thoughts, especially when you're using it as a learning portfolio. To showcase, to convey visual messages. Now, showcasing simply means you're displaying your evidence of your proof of concept. Everything that you are claiming. That's what we mean by showcasing. You're providing the proof of concept. To share and distribute work. So your target audience needs to receive it. And when they receive it, they may want to share it with others. So this issue of sharing is at the heart of why e-portfolios in particular are actually important. More than portfolios, which are offline. E-portfolios are very distributable. And then to assess work for purposes of assessing. So a teacher in particular, a lecturer, would be interested in using an e-portfolio for assessment. So students, for example, can compile their entire course according to milestones that were set during the course. And at the end, the lecturer can use those milestones, which are time-based, to assess the student's work. So using it as an assessment tool for lecturers is very useful. And some methods of assessment are actually mandating using an e-portfolio, like a project, for example. If a student is doing a project, then it makes sense to use an e-portfolio methodology for purposes of assessment. Okay? We have some examples. Now, unfortunately, because the system is down, it's not possible for us to... Let me see if we can view it from here. I'll click on the first one just to show you an example of an e-portfolio. If the internet is up, we'll get to see that. The internet's working. Okay, so this is an example. That's an example of an e-portfolio by a lecturer. Now, in this example, she's only used or limited herself to one type of artifact, which is text. But she has quite a lot of it. You can see the links. The links provide, you can argue, a different artifact, because you can go to other websites where you can see her papers, her conference proceedings, and different things she's developed as well. She has their Google sites have developed, storytelling, e-portfolios. So you can actually see a lot more of her work from here, but she's limited herself to only text in this one. But this is an example of an e-portfolio with text. It has enough documentations. This one here are downloads to PDFs. So you can also provide direct links for downloading. We'll see how to do this in the next session. So this is a lecture, and this is not bad. If you go to the top, you find she has different categories here. Workshop sessions, conferences, online videos she has over here. But again, even if you click on online videos, she provides the links to where you find these videos. So people have different styles. This is one style for podcasts and the rest, using links. Okay? So it gives some idea. One thing I would say is I don't see any reflections or any of that here on this example. She's very direct. But we can look at a different one. You have different styles. Just to show another one. These are teachers. This one in particular is a teacher of high school, I think. So she has an e-portfolio and makes use of images. So this is her home page. And she has a menu, which is like a table of contents, to access the other information. So we can see what she wants to showcase. This one, I think, is a slideshow. If I click on the buttons on the side, it shows us different things. There's a video there, more images there. So this approach is a bit different. But she has explanations to reinforce her work so that you can actually understand it a little bit better by reading around it. So it contrasts to the one we've just seen. And even if I click on research over here, it shows this. Needs assessment. It shows that. Okay, so it's a different style. Okay? The idea is to have this as a way of targeting whoever you're targeting. Now, this is another one. We had 3. So this one, you can see, has chosen to have a home page without any image. But there is an extensive summary down here on what she wants to talk to her audience about. Okay? Yeah. So this should make sense to her audience. She's got knockdown menus here. And about me, so she has something on her over here. And she's limited it to one photo, but the story is there. You can see a CV down there. Okay? It gives you an idea. The more serious you take the page, the more seriously you put it together, the more seriously your audience also takes you. Yeah, because you can imagine reading a page, even they've not even run a spell check, but they want you to read it. You know, things like that. Okay, so it gives you a sense, and she's got her titles. So this is acceptable. She's titled every page. She's also has subtitles to break sections in her work. Okay? But she doesn't have much by way of links. So in some ways, this is not ideal, because you need to provide evidence of things that you're saying you have done. Normally, they're provided through links or by just showing them here directly. I don't see much of that. All right, so there are strengths and weaknesses in these portfolios. So let's see the process, and this is what we're going to cover next. That's the time, no? It's almost time.
Yes, you need time for questions.
Oh, yeah.
Then
okay.
we can pick up from here.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So yes, 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yes, 2 minutes.
Okay. Fair enough. All right, so Isaiah is reminding me that I need to start wrapping up. So let's look at how to design an e-portfolio. There are 4 stages. We have the title page. It's very key. You must have a title. A table of contents, which is usually in an e-portfolio the menu, the main menu that you use to browse. Information pages, that's where you put your content. And then you have your closing page, but essentially it's where you put your contacts. Okay, so that's just these 4 stages that are key and make up a good e-portfolio. All right? Okay, so the last one is the process, the development process. So we're saying we first of all define our goals and philosophies. This is what we do in the beginning. The second, we select now the artifacts that we want to use. So selection in itself can be a monster, especially when you have a lot of work. Okay, so selecting them, you need to give time to. Then design this display area. The display area is also key. And then you organize your artifacts into the containers within your display area where you want them to go. You do that. And finally, you package it for distribution. And this is usually facilitated by the software that you're using. Questions? Do we have questions on this? Anything you want to ask? Yes.
How do you get people to look at your e-portfolio? As soon as they write your name, search, it takes them there.
All right, so Kwame is asking, how do people get to find your e-portfolio? So we'll discuss it as we're actually creating it, but what we do, we have a place for keywords that the search engines use to find your work. So we ask you to put in the keywords. It's a process we call search engine optimization, so that your e-portfolio, which is a website, is optimized to search engines, and they can now use those keywords to find you and prioritize you. And your name can be one of the keywords. Yes. Yes, question. Yes.
Yeah, my question is the hosting for data.
Yeah.
That's the e-portfolio, and it has to do with Google. So if Google decides, say, I'm going to shut down in Africa, and there's no, how can we access the portfolio? And
let me see if I understood his question. So he seems to be asking about the issue of privacy and even access to your information. Google right now is giving us 15 gigabytes for free to create these e-portfolios. But when they see a lot of usage, then they can decide that, oh, Africa has to start paying. So in order now for you to access, you have to pay a fee. And then suddenly Africans are locked out of these e-portfolios. So he's asking questions about these kind of sensitive issues to do with access and privacy. I don't know if my colleagues want to answer on this. Michael, I know you had some ideas on this.
Yeah.
Okay, Michael, you begin with
the issues of privacy, you need to the declaration of that. Certain things you will do and not do and certain information they will access or not access. But when it comes to moving from your person to the institution, you need to get the institution, you need to get the institution to provide a bigger space for all of you to operate. So for now, people will even access your Gmail, your Google site or your portfolio, but they will do that up to a certain limit. When you hit too much, certainly there will be privacy. This occurs across. It doesn't matter whether it is Europe or Africa, they will always give you 15 GB. After 15 GB of storage, you will need some sponsorship to get to the big picture.
Okay. These questions have come up often. And like someone said, there is no free lunch anywhere. It's something that if you want to use Google, you have to bear with. Your information, that is why they have, before you sign in, you have to agree to their contract and the fact that they will be sharing some of your information with others. Okay? So, as much as Google is giving you all this for free, Okay, they are also making money out of it. All your information is going there. That is why anytime we are facilitating workshops using these free resources, there is this caution about how to use it and use it effectively. If you are using it for teaching, how do you use it effectively for teaching? If you are using it for private activities, and there are some information that you don't want distributed out there, what do you do? There are some restrictions, restriction options that are offered to you. That when there are some of the things you can make public, and others you can keep it to only the people that you want them to have access to. So we have that. But coming to the question as if Google should decide to shut down access of Google Docs in Africa or everywhere, what happens to mine data with them? For that one, I don't have the answer. It's just that you can't access it if that should happen. But I can't foresee that happening now because there are a lot of legal issues involved, and we can sue Google if they should hold. Yes, here in Africa we don't have that courage of doing that. But if this should come up in Europe or in Americas or somewhere, European Union, sorry, is it Germany or one of the countries recently? France. Yes, sued France, sued Google heavily.
They taxed them.
You see, and they taxed them heavily because they felt that they are making more money out of it. But you see, the safety net for us is that we are using it for educational purposes. Okay? So once you are using it for educational purposes, I don't think we should worry much about it. Though I'm not saying you shouldn't worry, but you are not worried much about it. We are using it to educate, we are using it to transfer knowledge. Yeah, so Mwanjira may have something to add because she's in that space.
Yeah, I think you've covered it well. The issue of, and this will always be real issues, we do have to be very cautious about what we put online as personal information. So those are some of the things we advise you. So if you don't want it outside, then don't put it. But if you think of the amount of information on the web, most of it, depending on how you craft it, you should be fairly secure. So don't put personal numbers and things like that.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about that when we design the e-book policy. But one thing I want to remind you for the next time we meet, just like we saw with the limitations of what you can do, I mean, the mobile phone is wonderful. It helps us bypassing things.
Okay.
But when
So you remember that, then we can discuss in our meetings.
Try and come with a laptop. It doesn't work well. Google sites will not work well for creating, for the authoring part. When you
please attention, because she's making a very important point here.
Yeah, a tablet or a phone,
which I left
you
out.
can view it, but it will be very difficult for you to craft that. So if you don't have a laptop, maybe see if you can borrow one for that session, and then that way you'll at least be able to create the structure and then continue working. But for viewing, it will be okay. It's just for the authoring. You will need to have a laptop.
Okay, these are good ideas and good, important information. I wanted to just add one thing, that one way of approaching these kind of problems, for example, what Mohammed has raised, is that it happened with academia.edu. Academia.edu is a journal. It was free, open source, until they put up a paywall. But the paywall really, and maybe some of us are familiar with this, the paywall now wants you to subscribe in order for you to even access your own. So Google can also put up a paywall. I mean, they're in business, so they can do it, and it's within their legal rights to do this kind of thing for you now to access. So what happens to the Africans who are depending on so much on Google? My own personal attitude is that we're only using Google right now to learn. And once you learn, the skills we are teaching are fairly generic. We would want us to have an attitude of migrating to other open source, website creation tools. And once you have the basic skill and you see the fundamental advantage, keep learning, until you settle on one that makes sense. Because if we were to all say we should all devote, I wouldn't come to sell you Google. Because, you know, Google are here to make business. So let's keep keeping as Africans an attitude of learning all the time until we find that we can use this open source product with this other open source product and possibly even an African product, which now doesn't put us in a situation where we are held at ransom. I think this is how we do it. So at this moment we are disadvantaged, so we say, okay, we'll use whatever is there. But down the road, we'll not forever be in that position. So once we have knowledge, we can now say we will choose to use the one that makes sense. So it is really a journey. Yeah. We want to go for lunch, I believe.
Yes. So want to say a very big thank you for coming to this session. We are going to continue from here when we meet again next week.
So today is the 6th day of the pedagogical leadership training, and that is the Western Hub training happening here at Alisa Hotel, hosted by the University of Ghana. And PEDAL is brought to you by PASGA, and those of us who don't know PASGA is Partnership for African Social and Governance Research, and we are still taking feedback and update from our facilitators and participants, and we are privileged to be speaking to Professor Sechi Dawson.